It's now called to order. I'd like to ask everyone to please rise and join me in the pledge. Mr. Konowich, you have the flag. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag
stands nation
with liberty, justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. I know the audio is a little off. And if I can at this time, I would just like for everyone to join me in silence for civil rights leader, Representative John Lewis. Thank you. Mr. Gorski, could we have a roll call, please?
Certainly. Mrs. Arminio.
Here.
Mr. Chiarella.
here.
Mr. Mayo.
Here.
Mrs. Koloponowicz.
Here.
Mr. Nicotinsky.
Here.
Mr. Pelori.
I'm here.
Mr. Ryback.
Here.
Mrs. Siegel.
Here.
Mr. Tufano.
Here.
Mr. Rutsky.
Here.
Mr. Board President, you have a quorum present this evening. In accordance with the provisions of the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law, the Monroe Township Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted July 17th, 2020 at all schools, the Home News Tribune, the Cranberry Press, and filed with the clerk of the municipality.
Okay, thank you. Now we can go to the approval of minutes. I'd like a motion to approve the closed session meeting minutes of May 7th, 2020.
So.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Michelle Arminio.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Or recusals? So we have one opposed. Motion passes. All right, a motion to approve the Public Board of Education minutes meeting of May 11th, 2020.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Waiting. Thank you. Okay. Any question or comment?
Yeah, Mr. President, on page 3 of those meetings, while we're discussing and summarizing the comments made by the public, all of a sudden there is a statement by a board member. I think it's just out of place. I don't think it's inaccurate, but I think it's out of place. So I just want to bring it to your notice.
Okay. Mr. Gorski, you see that? Maybe we can fix that?
Yes, sir. I'll have that fixed in the approved minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pelori, for noticing that.
No problem.
Okay, the motion to approve the Public Board of Education meeting minutes of June 10th, 2020.
So moved as corrected.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, any concerns, questions, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Yes,
opposed?
corrected.
I'm sorry, Michelle, did you oppose? I couldn't hear you.
No, I said yes, as corrected only.
Okay, any recusals? Okay, we can move on. Motion to approve the closed session meeting of June 10th, 2020.
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Was that Mr. Rutsky?
Mr. Tufano.
Mr. Tufano. Thank you. Okay, any questions, comments? Okay, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Michelle Arminio, is that the closed session? You called it out of order, so I just want to make sure. The closed session of 6/10/2020?
Yes.
Okay, no?
You're opposed on?
Correct.
No, okay. Any abstentions or recusals? All right. Motion passes.
Excuse me, Mr. Ryback?
Yes.
Ryback, we need a roll call still on the meeting minutes of May 11th as revised. As to be revised, I should say.
Okay, let's do that.
The motion was moved by Mrs. Koloponowicz, second by Mrs. DeMayo.
So we need a roll call for that?
Not a roll call, just an all in favor.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 No, none opposed? Any abstentions? Recusals? Motion passes. Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Okay, we're now going into closed session. Let me just say, we moved the closed session up early because we have an attorney that's on the clock, and this was a cost-saving technique. Also, I'd like to make a motion to temporarily appoint Kathy Koloponowicz to be secretary for the closed session meeting only for today. Can I get a second on that?
I'll second that, Steve. It's Paul.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Steve, do you have an approximate time on how long this is going to take so that the public knows
Yeah,
we
I
got
thought-
about?
Let me just
Yep.
finish the vote, Andy, and I will say that. Yes. Any opposed? Okay, so that passes. Let me read the resolution, and then I'll note the time. Be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Township of Monroe hereby moves to go into closed session in accordance with the Sunshine Law, Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975, NJSA 10:4-6 through 10:4-21, to discuss the following subjects: harassment, intimidation, and bullying, attorney-client privilege discussion regarding internal investigation, School Ethics Act. Following closed session, action may be taken. The discussion conducted in closed session can be disclosed to the public at such time as the need for confidentiality no longer exists. I'm expecting this to take about 45 minutes, hopefully less. So now we can move out of here and then go.
No, we didn't vote on it yet.
Yes, thank you.
Well, before we vote on it, Mr. Rybeck,
Yes.
can we please tell the public that they won't be privy to this meeting, but in a half hour to 45 minutes, look to rejoin the meeting?
Yeah, well, that's why I said it will take 45 minutes, but
No,
that's.
a lot of people don't understand.
Yeah, that's why I said it will take 45 minutes, hopefully less, and that's when they can join the meeting. Okay, so now we have it resolved. Can I, do we need a second on this? I don't think I asked for that.
Yes,
The motion
Okay,
motion
it's already
vote
seconded.
was moved by Mr. Ryback, and is there a second?
yes, second on Michelle Arminio.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion?
Just logistics, Steve, this is Andy Pelori. So are we logging off of this and logging back in, or are we going to stay logged in?
No, you're logging off. You have a separate invite for closed session.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You have to log out of that and come back to this again. Okay.
Thank you.
All those, you're welcome. All those in favor?
Bye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, let's log out and let's go into closed session.
Hey, Elliot, this is Paul. I don't see that I have an email inviting me to executive session.
Hi, Paul. I wasn't the one who set that up. Dr. Alvick, or does someone else know?
Let's see.
That came from me, Paul.
Okay.
Did you
there
get
it
it?
is. I got it.
You got it? Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, are we shutting this one down?
yes.
Thank you.
I can't see
Sorry,
you.
sorry,
Andy.
Jill. I'm sorry. I think on the agenda, it shows, unless I'm looking at an older one, it says a public forum before we go to the committee reports.
I just said we're not commenting.
Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry. I apologize. Sorry, Jill.
That's
That's
okay.
Go ahead, Jill.
The curriculum committee met tonight. We had two discussions. One was on using a new technology for our students. It's called Clever. Clever is a single sign-on web portal for K-12 students and staff. It simplifies logins for users by combining SSO, single sign-on, and web application security, meaning users can log into most of their digital resources with one login password from a single website. Excuse me. Clever is a free service for K-12 school districts, as the costs are typically built into our current licensing fees with our current applications that we use, such as Savvis, Reading Eggs, and Rosetta Stone. The initial integration will require our IT department to work individually with each application, as our vendors tend to have different integration processes. However, after the setup is complete, new student creation procedures should be automated by a Genesis export. So basically what this is, it's a program that with one sign on to Clever, you sign on to all of your other apps that you need to use. So you don't have to remember all these different logins, usernames, and passwords. And this is something that parents had been asking for during this remote learning time. We also had a discussion about a new class called Honors Percussion. The Honors Percussion Ensemble course is a performance-based elective at the Monroe Township High School. The Monroe Township High School Honors Percussion Ensemble is an audition-based and is a comprehensive course of the most advanced level. The prerequisite for this course is an audition and knowledge of all percussion instruments at an advanced high school level. This course fully optimizes our vertical teaching model, allowing all percussion resources to be put into place to ensure personalization attention for each percussion student to reach their highest potential. Percussion-specific concepts will include technical and musical proficiency on all percussion instruments. The symphony, Latin percussion instruments, and auxiliary percussion. Students are encouraged to audition and participate in regional and all-state band and percussion ensembles through Central Jersey Music Education Association and New Jersey Music Education Association and beyond. The Honors Percussion Ensemble will take part in adjudicated festivals and competitions throughout the years sponsored by local high school and colleges. And it's good to also to know that this is open to grades 9 through 12. We've also then had a update from Dory as to where we are with the opening of school, but I will leave that to her because I think she's going to touch upon that later in the board meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayo. Any other committee chair? Call out because I can't see everybody.
Mr. Ryback, it's Rupa.
I can't. Was that Rupa?
Yes, it was.
Okay,
Rupa.
go ahead.
Someone else wants to go. I have a policy report that I'd like to report on tonight.
Sure.
The policy committee met on Wednesday, July 15th. I want to thank Mrs. Kalapanowicz for leading the meeting in my absence. We have several policies that the committee has moved forward to first reading on tonight's agenda.
Rupa, your video is off.
Oh, okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I think I'm back.
Yes.
We have several policies that the committee moved forward for first reading on tonight's agenda. Summarize some of the policies. I'll summarize the policies. The first policy is 1649, Federal Families First Coronavirus COVID-19 Response Act. This is a new mandated policy. Families First Coronavirus Response Act, FFCRA, was recently approved by the United States Congress and signed by the President. The FFCRA has two sections that impact private employers with fewer than 500 employees and all public schools. So the first part is the Emergency Family and Medical Leave Expansion Act. And this it amends the Federal Medical and Family Leave Act to permit an employee who is unable to work or telework due to a need to care for their son or daughter under 18 years old if their school or place of care has been closed, or the child care provider of the son or daughter is unavailable due to public health emergency, to use federal medical and family leave. A public health emergency is an emergency with respect to COVID-19 as declared by federal, state, or local authority. The second piece of this act is the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, EPSLA, is a division of the FFCRA and requires the employer to provide paid sick time to the extent the employee is unable to work or telework due to the employee being subject to a government-ordered quarantine, advised by a healthcare provider to self-quarantine, experiencing symptoms of COVID-19 and is seeking a medical diagnosis, caring for an individual who has been ordered to quarantine or has been advised to quarantine, or caring for their son or daughter if the school or child care provider has been closed. And these provisions of FFCRA shall apply from April 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2020. Strauss Esme Associates developed this policy guide, which addresses information included in the FFCRA. The provisions of the FFCRA are only applicable to school employees working and receiving pay from the school district, not employees that have been laid off, furloughed, or receiving pay and not working. The next, just to also update to the community that this has been in effect in our district, we've added to the policy that an employee must give notice to the Director of Human Resources if they need to utilize this. And once we return back to the buildings, notices for this will also be put up throughout the building so employees are aware of this. Our next policy we reviewed was Policy 2270, Religion in Schools. This is a revised and updated policy. This policy is updated because of the law change and also to align with the DOE 2020 guidance. So the United States Department of Education updated its guidance on constitutionally protected prayer and religious expression in public elementary and secondary schools on January 16, 2020. The January 2020 guidance updated the last guidance of February 7, 2003, and include 2 additional sections applying the governing constitution principles in particular contexts related to religious expression, religious literature, teaching about religion, student dress code, and religious excusals, and the Equal Access Act, general provisions, prayer services, and worship exercises, means of publicizing meeting, and lunchtime and recess. The 2020 guidance is more comprehensive than the 2003 guidance, but there are no material revisions in the 2020 guidance from the 2003 guidance. So the policy has been updated to align with the 2020 guidance. The next policy we reviewed was Policy 2622, Student Assessment, which was a revision. This is a mandated policy that has been revised. The code revision was a change to NJAC 6A 8-43C1I and amended the code section from continued administration of mathematics and English language arts in grades 3, 4, and 5, and of science in grade 4. So the change that was made is they changed it from grade 4 to grade 5. In addition, this policy, there are also some changes, minor changes, one of them being Parkwood has been removed from the policy guide in referencing the specific end of course assessments in 2 locations. And then the last policy and regulation that were reviewed, these are both mandated revisions from Strauss Esme. This is policy 5111 and regulation 5111, eligibility of resident and non-resident students. Strauss Esme has revised this policy and regulation guide to incorporate the new statute. The statute is new. School districts should be aware if there is a dispute between the district and the parents in regard to a student's eligibility for enrollment. The district may still request information from the New Jersey Motor Vehicle Commission to verify eligibility. However, if the New Jersey Motor Vehicle Commission does not have any information on the parent, the lack of information cannot be used to determine if a student is eligible for enrollment. Another item with this is a school district may, but is not required to permit admittance of a J-1 visa student in accordance with federal regulation. However, if a school district does accept a J-1 visa student, the district cannot require the J-1 visa student to pay tuition. A new provision has been added for both the F-1 and J-1 visa student, provision indicating continued attendance in the school district is conditioned upon a satisfactory attendance and disciplinary record. School districts should ensure any registration forms and practices are consistent with the provisions of this policy and regulation guide. And that is our update.
Thank you, Rupa. Any other committee chair?
Peter called, so I can go after Peter if you want, Steve.
Okay, Peter, I don't see you. Are you there? Peter?
Kathy has a report too.
I know. Okay, Andy, go ahead, and then we'll catch up.
Sure. I'll keep it as brief as I can. A couple of things. One is the current status of the state aid and the local payments, which is of a major concern to us. Although we tried our best to block a couple of bills, they did go through the Assembly and the Senate, and they made it to the governor's desk, which was signed. That's the bad news. But the good news is that at the request of the Education Advocacy Committee, our board secretary reached out to the township, and he had a conversation with them and got two pieces of information that we would like to share. The first one is that typically we have about 99% tax collection in the town. We're at 97.5% last week when the discussion took place. And from what we understand, it was disclosed to Michael Gorski that the August payment of $19.2 million should be coming most likely on time. That was something that we were concerned with. So certainly that's a positive thing. And we also talked about any further cuts from the state on top of what was already cut. At this point of time, it's still uncertain. We'll continue to monitor that and report back to the board and to the general public. I also, we talked in the board meeting, we also talked about not the board meeting, sorry. At the committee meeting, we also talked about any pending bills that would impact our district. And Dr. Alwick stated that there's no immediate updates on the state is focusing mostly on the COVID-19 and the reopening plans. However, Mr. Ryback, the president of the board, did say that he would be having a conversation with the local elected legislators, the three of them. I believe Mr. Ryback might have had the conversation today. If he's planning on giving a summary of that in his president's message, that's fine. If not, Steve, you could report that what your conversation was with the legislators at this point.
Andy, I'm not ready to say everything yet. It's going to be continued, so I'll probably next month.
Okay, all right, very good. One of the things that I'm trying to do the best I can, along with other board members and the committee members, is to see if we can get these legislators to one of the, at a minimum, if not to the BOE meeting, at least to one of the Education Advocacy Committee meetings and ask them and clarify some of the questions we have in terms of lack of adequate funding. I understand some of the committee members feeling frustrated, but I think it's our job to do for what we're elected to try the best we can and not give up. So I think this committee will continue to do that. The last item that I have is actually the update of the reopening plans. In the interest of time, I think Dory is going to talk about that, so I'm going to forego. But one question I do have that I requested Michael Gorski this morning is a bill that had a first hearing, I believe yesterday, the day before, in the Senate, 2676. Mike, did you get a chance to look into that, which essentially asks anybody who's ensuring a large number of employees need to pay additional sales tax? I don't know if this is another way of getting more tax on entities, but have you looked into that, Mike?
I was able to find some information today in the limited time that I had, and it does appear there is a bill that would impose a sales tax on insurance premiums, which certainly would be detrimental to the interests of the school district because we've been fighting hard to keep the premiums as low as possible through competitive contracting and other means. And the sales tax on top of that would just make insuring the population of the state of New Jersey more difficult. And I don't think that's in anybody's interest, but that's just my opinion.
Thank you, Mike. And it actually applies not just to the school boards, it applies to any business. If you're a business owner and you have a certain number of people that you insure, they want to hit you with this as well. So we'll certainly oppose that if it comes up. Thank you. That's my report for the committee.
Okay. Mr. Tufano, you there?
The minute from July 15th, be a G&T meeting. Number one, the public bidding of the annual trash recycling contract. A handout was provided with public bidding results for committee review. Administration clarified that the legal review of the apparent low bid identified a minor discrepancy with regard to the bid bond submitted. However, was not deemed to be materially significant and therefore disqualify the bid. The committee will recommend award to the low bid contract at the next public meeting. The second thing on the agenda was the public bidding of our annual snow removal contract. A handout was provided with the public bidding results for committee review. Contractor at the next public meeting. Number three, Alyssa's Law Grant. Administrator provided an overview of Melissa's Law, A764, signed by Governor Murphy in February 2019 in memory of Melissa Aladef, who was among the 17 people killed in the Parkland shooting at. The law requires for all public and secondary schools to be equipped with a link to local laws. Monroe meets the spirit of this law through the Motorola walkie-talkies that are in service at our schools, with district security and transportation. The walkie-talkie direct link panic button was demonstrated by administration grant funding to subsidize upgrade our emergency notifications by the installation of a system known as LENS. Administration administrators viewed by the committee administrations believe if they are successful with this grant application that 100% of the cost project and requested that the administration proceed with the grant application. Number 4 on the agenda was a NJDEP letter of interpretation. The Barclay Brook and Brookside site expansions. The committee was provided that affiliating wetlands identified by Brickhoff.
Pete, can you repeat? You froze there and we couldn't hear you. Can you just repeat what you just said?
You mean all of them before, or?
But you just started. It froze and there was no audio.
DEP letter of interpretation for potential Barclay Brook and Brookside site expansions. The committee was provided a handout of a site drawing delineating wetlands identified by Brinkhoff Environmental. The work was done at the request of the board when options for potential additions at these schools were explored for development of a referendum for building expansion as recommended by the Community Ad Hoc Committee. Since the board had tabled plans for a referendum requesting whether or not to complete the process of application for the LOI on these properties. The approximate cost for the NDEP application fee and site and $9,000. Administration advised that if and when the letter of interpretation issued on wetland sites be valid for a minimum of 5 years. The committee directed administration to continue the process and apply for the letter of interpretation at the New Jersey plan. Overview of planning and spoke in detail about several options for reopening schools in September. Am I frozen again?
Yeah, you're frozen. Couldn't hear barely what you said on the last one with the letter of interpretation. Maybe you could just summarize it.
Can that letter of interpretation be put on the website perhaps so people can read it at their leisure?
I don't have any problem. Dr. Alvick, is there a problem with that? Could it be put on the website, the letter of interpretation?
Yeah, I'll look into that. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
You guys
but
it again or?
No, just so I think just to say that the committee agreed to spend the money on that because it would keep it open for 5 years.
5 more years, correct.
Yeah.
The approximate cost is between $7,000 and $9,000.
Right. Okay. I think that's the gist of it.
Mr. President, if I may.
Sure. Andy,
Peter, I think the clarification is the letter of interpretation is not there yet. We need to get that. That's what we're paying for.
Correct.
Am I correct, Mike?
That's what yeah, that's correct.
So there's no letter of interpretation to be put on the website for public to see.
Not yet. Yeah.
Not yet.
Not yet. Right. When we get it. Thank you, Andy. Mr. Tufani, are you finished or is anything else?
No, I have 2 more real quick ones. Update of the reopening plan. Dr. Alvich provided a broad overview of planning and spoke in detail about several options for reopening schools in September. A full report will be coming to the full board in a couple of weeks. Dr. Alvich reminded all board members that the entire board was invited to participate in reopening planning meetings and committees. Mr. Pelori requested to be appointed to the Transportation Committee. 6. Additional items. The committee reviewed a request from members of the public to reopen tennis courts and track and field for public use. Administration provided details on guidance received from the district, insurance carrier related to liability, suggestions for notification signage, etc. The committee will recommend a resolution at the forthcoming Board of Ed meeting to authorize reopening these areas.
And that's on the agenda tonight, as a matter of fact.
Correct.
Okay. Any other committee chair?
Kathy has a report.
Okay, Kathy.
Okay. I have a personnel committee report. The personnel committee met last Wednesday also, July 15th, and the following items were on the agenda. We reviewed the revised job description for the position of Director of Information Technology. The committee also discussed the superintendent recommendation for that position, Director of Information Technology, which would go into effect September 1st, 2020. Additionally, the committee reviewed 2 proposed agreements between the board and the MTEA. And finally, the committee discussed the substitute hourly rate for the summer computer technician position. And the committee approved an increase of that rate from $11 an hour to $12.50 an hour. All of these items were approved by the Personnel Committee and are now on tonight's board agenda for approval by the full board. We also discussed reopening plans, but I will defer to Dr. Alvik on that when she does her report.
Thank you very much. Finance?
Finance, ready to go.
Well, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Finance meeting met at 7 o'clock on the 15th last week. Mr. Gorski went over the year-end accounting closeout procedures for the 1920 school year, which included reviewing all open purchase orders to determine if they should be accounts payable or an encumbrance. All cash had to be collected and deposited by June 30th, which it was. All federal and state grants must be fully expended. However, some federal grants have been extended until September 30th and will present as carryover. And all revenue and appropriations accounts are closed out without any remaining balances going to excess surplus. So that was all taken care of. He then gave us a report on the independent audit update from Samuel Klein and Company. As of June 30th, they have completed the ASSA, DRCRS, and partially completed payroll. Whoever's not muted, can you mute, please? It just keeps cutting through. Appreciate it.
Some noise there, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So next they're going to audit the check registers, student activity accounts, minutes, and expenditure tests.
Paul, sorry to interrupt you. Pete, I think you're not on mute.
If you don't mind, Peter and Andy.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Good. Hold on. All right. The audit deadline potentially might get extended, which is normally December 5th. It might kick out to possibly February or March. And so just while we're on the topic of the audit and the independent auditor, and it comes up often as a question of, why do we still use Samuel Klein and Company, and shouldn't we find a new auditor? And so we talked about that at the finance meeting, and we reviewed the notes, and it was about 1.5 years ago that we went with an RFP that was approved by the finance committee. We sent it out for public bidding, so to speak. 3 firms did request specs, but we only received 1 responsive bid, which happened to be from Samuel Klein and Company for approximately $48,000. So we've looked into other auditing companies. There's never seems to be any other qualified auditing companies that want to come in at this competitive price. And so for that reason, we continue to use Samuel Klein and Company, and they've always done a spectacular job for us. And we're appreciative of that. So I just wanted to just put that out there for the records. Last but not least, for my report is the 2021 lease purchase, which for some equipment, all included. Okay, so this equipment was all included in the 2021 budget, and it's on actually letter M under board actions for tonight review. It's for $1,873,200. It'll include computer equipment, instructional equipment, copiers, facilities equipment, as well as buses and vans. And so that amount of money, after we vote on it tonight, presumably, I suggest we do vote positive on that. It'll be published next week on the 27th. The bid will open up on August 12th, where banks can compete for our business for this loan. And then we should close early to mid-September. As if anybody familiar with interest rates where they are currently, we do expect this to come in at very, very low interest rate for this lease purchase. Andy already talked about the state aid, so thank you for that, Andy. And yes, Dr. Alvick will be going over more of a thorough reopening plan. So that does conclude my report. I see Andy has his hand up.
Paul, quick question. I think we'd also discussed in the committee to put out the bid documents in the RFP for the auditor on the website for public to see. So I'm just wondering what the status is.
Yeah, I think that is going to go up on the website. I just wanted to report it out verbally so people know it. Again, as Mr. Gorski pointed out, and I kind of agree, is that we post a lot on that website, and a lot of things sort of blend together and hard to find. So I wanted to report it. But yes, I believe it's going to be added to the website. So, but Mr. Gorski, you want to make that official, or?
Yes, Mr. Rutsky, the documents are a year and a half old. They were down in the basement in storage. They've been recovered, and they will be posted to the website tomorrow.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
To be specific, it's going to be the specifications for the RFP, as well as the one sole responsive bid that we received.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Gorski. Adi, did you have a question?
When you're done, I had a comment on Andy's committee.
Oh, okay. Any other questions for finance? No?
If
Okay.
I can, let me just.
Oh, Michelle. I think
Paul-
Michelle has one.
Mrs. Arminio.
Well, hold on one sec. Let me just interject. Just to clear it up, if possible, please go through me with the questions to avoid any cross questioning or 2 or 3 people running out at the same time to question. Let me call on somebody. I'd be happy to get to everybody. Hey, just to keep order.
Understood.
Okay, who had a hand up?
Mr. Rybeck?
Michelle, go ahead.
Yes. Mr. Rybeck, could you ask either Mr. Rutsky or Mr. Gorski to clarify and also include the public notice for that RFP on the website for tomorrow? We mentioned the specifications would be there and the bid, but also the public notice, how it was advertised, please. That should all be in the same paperwork.
Mr. Gorski,
Mr. Rutsky, that was not requested by the committee, but I'll be happy to do it. I do have the affidavit of publication where it was published.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, Mike.
Okay. Mr. Nicotinsky, did you have a hand up? Did you want to ask a question?
Yes, I do. I just want to make a quick comment. Following the education advocacy meeting, a member of the public sent me a recording of a meeting. I want to address the comments Mr. Pluri made during the meeting that he would only invite our state legislatures to a subsequent meeting to discuss the need for a lack of state funding for Monroe if we could have a civil or control meeting. First, I want to remind Mr. Pluri that these legislatures work for the taxpayers of Monroe. Second, these comments are insulting to myself and our fellow board members and a slap in the face to our hardworking taxpayers. It seems that Mr. Pluri is more concerned at not hurting the feelings of our legislatures than worried about the financial burden they are putting on taxpayers in Monroe. We need to stand strong together as board and fight for our fair funding. If Mr. Pluri cannot separate his personal political relationships, maybe he should step down from the committee that was set up to fight for fair funding that has yet yielded no benefit or relief to the residents of Monroe. That's it.
Mr. President, may I answer?
Yeah,
May I respond?
Yes, absolutely.
If somebody is already in the mindset of not being civil, then that's a problem to begin with. And nobody would want to come to a meeting where they're going to be bombarded or being ambushed. I think the whole point is that we want to make sure that we have a civil conversation with the elected official, ask the questions we need to ask. If the declaration, by asking the very question that was asked by my fellow board member, is that if the legislators come into our district, we're going to attack them, then that's counterintuitive. I don't know if it's going to be very productive for us and for our taxpayers.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, I guess we could move on.
I think Michelle had her hand up.
Oh, Michelle, I don't see you. You have your hand up?
Okay, just a quick response. I think that sometimes we think people that get excited and when they finally get in front of the governing bodies, that they may seem to misbehave. But I think that's sort of sophomoric for us to regulate comments like that. And I also think that if they come, they should hear what the people really think. I certainly think that no foul language or inappropriate threats or anything should be done. But if people get excited, look, people are in a vice right now, emotionally and financially. And if our elected officials who we elect and pay to be there hear things that are negative, I think, again, it should be a courageous elected official that comes to Monroe and listens to what the people feel. So,
Mr. President, Ken, if I may just respond, I completely agree with you, Michelle. I think they need to hear it. That's the reason for bringing them. I completely agree with you.
Okay, Mr. Chiarella, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Michelle said and back her up, because I think they need to hear what's going on here in Monroe. And if we're not going to invite them, if we're going to ask hard questions, well, then let's not invite them. Because if we're going to do that, then we might as well just go off-site and have a barbecue or a picnic with them and play nice. I'm not about that. I'm going to ask them hard questions. I want to know where they stand. I want to know where our money is. I want to know why, they owe us money going back about 10 years, millions of dollars, and they've given us a pittance, and they want to be patted on the head for it. And now we've just been cut again. So you want to invite them in, that's great. I'd love to see them here. But if you're not going to invite them in because we might ask some hard questions, then keep them on the side for the barbecues and the picnics. We don't need them here then.
Ken, I don't think.
Mr. President, if I may respond, please.
Sure, I just want to make one comment, please. I don't think it's the hard questions. I think it's maybe the demeanor that people may have. And so if the questions are asked in a professional manner, if people are respectful, then I think that would be, work a lot to our benefit and certainly be able to get answers. There's no reason to be arrogant to them and things like that. That's all I have to say with that. Andy, go ahead.
No, let it go. Let's not waste time.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. In that case, we can move on to the public forum for agenda items only. When you come up, please give your name and address. You have 4 minutes. And again, you can speak to only the agenda items. Elliot, do we have anybody there?
Yes, we do, Mr. Board President. We have Pradeep Melam.
Okay, Pradeep, welcome, Pradeep. Pradeep?
Hey, good evening.
Hi,
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yeah, Pradeep Melam, 4J Place, Monroe Township. Okay, I have a couple of questions related to the agenda items only. The first one, there is a recommended that board approve a modification in the following out-of-district placement. So we are paying around $380 per diem for a student in Hackswood School. So that is going to, like, for 180 days, it is going to add like around 60K or something. So what is the need for it? And this is not, I did not find anywhere the details why we are doing this or why we selected that school to place students over there. Second question, do we have an independent registered municipal advisor? So how he was recruited? Is it by RFP and bidding or by recommendation or just by going and selecting from the market? I have another one, which is we are paying around 17,500 every year to board docs. So I request all the board of education members to use it wisely to put out all the supplemental materials that we are discussing in the meetings, in the committee meetings, and in the board meetings, so that they can save there, so that it will be available for public to review and it's for record. As we are paying that much of amount, we should use it wisely. In the business administrator report, there was a document saying that educational data services agreement. I see that document, but inside the document, he clubbed two documents, ESCNJ and educational data services agreement, both of them. Is it by mistake, or they both are related, or we're double paying for the same services? I would like to know. So these are the 4 questions I have.
Okay. Dr. Alvick, do you want to respond to, I guess, the first 3?
The out of district placement I can't discuss. That's a student issue that we can't discuss, why students are placed out of district. I'm not sure what the second question was about.
Dr. Alvick, you want me to take the second question? I believe it was about the financial advisor.
Yeah, sure.
That was on my report.
Okay.
There's an agenda item on my report to appoint Phoenix Advisors as financial advisor. That is a professional appointment that is exempt from the public bidding requirements. An exemption meeting that qualification would be someone issued a license by the state, which a registered financial advisor in this capacity.
Yeah, I see there are 200K registered financial advisors in the state.
Sir. Please let Mr. Gorski finish, please.
And the engagement that he is being appointed for here is continuing required disclosure of board financial information that is required for the bonds that we have outstanding. The financial information includes audit results as well as budget information that investors are required to have posted so they understand the health of the bonds that they've invested in.
Mr. Gorski, you want to take the 4th question as long as you have?
The last one there was a question about educational data, and I plan on talking about that a little more in detail when I give my business administrator report. If the gentleman would kindly wait till then, I have.
No, I know there are 2 documents. One is exclusively for ECSNJ, and there is another document saying combined with ED, Education Data Services, and ECSNJ.
Okay, I guess time is up. Thank you.
Answer the question.
Yes, I'm going to. Dr. Alvick, do you want to just answer that? I think it was the 3rd question.
The question was making sure that we're putting documents in board docs. We put the documents that we're required to put into board docs. There are certain documents that are only available for the board members, so it's not available to the public until it's been voted on. There are some exceptions though, things like student information, field trip information, that type of thing is not going to be available to the public, but we use board docs the way that we should be using it.
Thank you. Elliot, have anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Board President, we have Prakash Parab. Prakash, could you please give your address and also lower your hand when you're done speaking? Thank you very much. Prakash?
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, Prakash, we can hear you. Welcome.
Hello, Steve,
Hello.
the President, all DOE members. I know it is very hard, late night, but I request you that one thing you said that attorney cost, that's why you're holding the closed sessions earlier. Why don't you hold them on separate day? So taxpayers are also benefited and it is only concise to that, okay? Thank you. And second thing is, advocacy committee, don't give us a big political talk that you are saving business people. Buddy, first of all, most important is don't give me the state talk. Here, those who are earning $15 and $20 below, let them not pay state tax or federal tax. Okay? Gave a relief. That's the top. Now I have question to you, Steve. What is our testing? We know that. This is a question. We know that the school openings or closure depends on what governor says. Governor is looking at entire state. What is our plan for Monroe Township? What is our testing plan for students and staff? And your decision tree with respect to on-spot positivity in different schools. Okay, what is the testing plan for on-spot positivity and test results and taking decisions on to different schools? We have elementary, middle school, and high school. Can anyone answer that?
You know, I have to ask Dr. Alvick or Dr. Lehman. I don't know. Dr. Alvick, can you respond to that?
Right now, there aren't on-spot test results. I know that it takes 3 to 5 days to get test results back, so I'm not exactly sure what he means about on-spot results.
On-spot is you test the population of, if suppose you're in the school, how many students you are going to test, how many staff you are going to test on weekly basis or daily basis, and you can calculate the on-spot positivity. You need advice, you call me. I'll tell you what it is. I attend governor's meeting every day and write reports, Dr. Alvich. So what is I'm interested in local on-spot positivity results, rate of transmission, because state may be different. I'm interested in our children, our township. What is the result? What is the consequences? If you want, can you answer that?
I can't answer that. We haven't done testing at schools. We're not in school right now.
What's the plan?
We don't have a plan to test every student and every staff member every day.
What important thing is you are going to present today. That is the most important plan to protect our children, the staff, teachers, and the elderly people and everyone. So we need a plan, Dr. Alvich. If you need, put me on the advisory committee. I'm a scientist. I've done sterile products. I have done several products. I know what it is. I understand it.
I'll be sharing what we're going to be doing with reopening plan during my report, but that's not part of the plan.
I'm not attacking anyone. Please don't misunderstand me. I respect everyone. This is a big challenge for all of us. We have not faced this. So please don't misunderstand. It's very emotional for all of us, including BOE and superintendent and all the staff. So I'm asking a scientific good question. What is the on-spot positivity test for locals, okay? And rate of transmission.
All right. Thank you, Prakash. We have to move on. Elliot, is anyone else?
Yes, we do, Mr. Board President. Lena Sani.
Oh my God.
Lena, please state your address and please also remember to lower your hand when you're done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me or am I still on mute?
Oh, we hear you very well. Thank you.
Oh, great. Wonderful. Thank you. My name is Lena Sani. I'm on Orchard Grove in Monroe, obviously. So this is pertaining kind of to an agenda item, but it was the School Ethics Act. I know was brought up in your closed session. I know you're not discussing the closed session.
Closed session.
I would like an answer from the board as to why Mr. Peter Tufano continues to be a role model for our children on the Board of Education.
Lena,
after the numerous amounts of comments, including hate speech, sexist language.
I'm going to have to cut your audio if you don't stop for a minute. You're welcome to answer this, bring up your question at the next public session, which is not pertaining to agenda items. It's open to anything. But I can't let you continue with this at this point in this public forum because this is only to the agenda. I hope you
Okay, that's fine. I will bring my question up later.
You can bring it up later, absolutely. Okay, Elliot, we have anyone else?
Yes, we do, Mr. Board President. We have Renee Kokoska. Renee, please state your address and remember to lower your hand when you're done. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Renee Prakash. I live at 231 Road in Monroe. And I don't know, it's really, really late. I work. It's hard to take care of my family. It's hard to take care of my kid. It's hard to work. And then you guys have closed sessions. Like, it's ridiculous. Can you please have them like later after your meeting or on another day? Because I really want to be a part of this, but I feel like it's going to be really sensitive.
We were certainly sensitive to teachers, and I explained the reason why we moved earlier is because we had an attorney that's on the clock, and it was a cost-saving move. Usually, the closed sessions are later. Thank you. Anyone next? Elliot?
Yes, Mr. Board President, we have Christy Skirby.
Oh, God. She hates everybody, and she's suing the school.
Somebody's still not on mute.
That wasn't necessary. I don't know who said that, but I'm sure it wasn't a board member. I don't know who. That's
Who
not.
would say something like that? That's ridiculous. Ethics should check into that one too.
We have Mrs. Skirby up, Elliot.
Somebody is.
Yes, Miss Skirby's on.
I would like my time to like reset because.
Yes, absolutely, Mrs. Skirby.
There's obviously people on that you have been participants that should not be.
Mrs. Skirby, it was hard for us to hear. We'll reset the time, and we apologize for those comments, but uncalled for.
Well, I would like to know who that was and why they are a participant on this Board of Education meeting.
I have no idea who that was.
Well, I'm sorry. You have to. I don't want this to count toward my time. But
no, I just said it's not counting.
That was absolutely appalling, and you should have more control over your meeting. And if you're going to have a remote meeting, only the board members should be participants.
Why don't we start now with the comment?
Yes. So obviously somebody is on right now that should not be, because you can hear somebody speaking very negatively about me, which is unacceptable.
Yeah, someone whispering as well.
I think you need to figure out what is going on before I move forward.
Yes, I found the two the people on mute, and I'm muting them or expelling them.
Well, I think you should expel them if they're doing.
Mr. Ryback, the time has been reset. Please ask the public speaker to begin again.
All right, Mr. Skirby, start again, please.
Yes, thank you. Chrissy Skirby, 21 Preakness Drive. I noticed in the agenda there are the reopening committee. There are several people listed. I wanted to know how much money is being spent on that.
Mr. Gorski?
Mr. Ryback, there is no specific allocation of money for the reopening committees.
There were several staff members listed. How much money is being paid to the committee? I'm just looking for the cost of how much we're allocated for that.
Mr. Ryback, I can answer how many teachers and how many bus drivers are on there.
Okay, sure, Dr. Alvick, thank you.
So there are 35 staff members, certificated staff members at up to 10 hours each at the non-instructional rate, and which is 44.85. Am I naming that right, Mr. Gorski? 44.85. Yes, okay. And there are 4 bus drivers being approved to be a part of the committee at an agreed upon rate with the union at 28.05. I think it's 28.05 per hour. And again, it's up to 10 hours. This is a required committee as part of the road back plan from the state of New Jersey.
Okay, no, I was just curious how much money was allocated toward that. And I noticed on the school board's website, they put out a document with several policies that they recommended that school districts look into before reopening. I didn't hear really any of those discussed by the policy committee. Are we looking into the policies that school boards is recommending that districts look into before reopening? Because we're already at July. If we're not looking at them at the July meeting, you're not going to be able to pass them by the reopening. And some of those were very serious about how to handle students, staff that come down possibly with COVID and how the school reacts, the, policies on how to contact trace. There were a lot of policies that school boards put out. And I didn't hear any of that being talked about by the policy committee. I'm just curious why.
Mr. Ryback?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, I'm aware of a lot of the policies. We actually have a governance subcommittee that's looking at all of the policies and regulations related to the entire plan. We could not discuss it yet because we do not have a final plan. Once we have the final plan, it will go to policy in August. And you're correct, it may not be in place for September 1, but a lot of those things are going to be required just because of the road back plan for the state of New Jersey. So, but unfortunately, we're working under a time crunch, but yes, I'm aware of those and they are being reviewed.
Okay, will we know what policy, because they're not all mandated, a lot of those were recommendations, so will we know what the policies of the school is going to be then before we open up in September?
Yes, there will be a final plan that will be going out to the families, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Elliot, next person.
Yes, Mr. Board President, we have Sarah Aziz. Sarah?
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Sarah Aziz, 3 Lancelot Drive. I have a couple of questions, comments. First, I'm concerned about the costs associated with reopening the schools. I'm concerned about how we're going to pay for it. I also have a question about the independent auditor. At the last board meeting, I had asked how much it would cost taxpayers to get a new auditor, and I didn't get a dollar estimate of that figure. And I was wondering if Mr. Gorski can provide us with an estimate of how much it would cost. Does he remember how much it cost in terms of extra audit fees the last time we switched auditors? Also, I know that under the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, publicly traded companies are required to change their lead auditor every 5 years, although they can remain with the same accounting firm. Is there any such requirement for boards of education that they're required to change their auditor after a certain number of years? Is there any evidence that the current auditor has been involved in any kind of accounting malpractice that could make it important for our district to get a new auditor? So those are my questions.
Okay, first about the reopening, Dr. Alvik, I'd like to have you, certainly follow me. I just know this this grant money out there that I know we're taking advantage of, and the possibility, I think, of some more grant money, I hope, from the federal government. So maybe you want to come in and now add more clarity.
The district was eligible for about $113,000 grant through the New Jersey CARES Act. And that we have applied for and we were approved for, so we will be getting that funding. So that will be some funding being used for the opening. And then there is another grant that actually was just released today called the Digital Divide Grant. So we will be looking into our eligibility for that grant. So yeah, we're looking at all possibilities for that. I do not know what the cost of reopening schools is going to be yet. That's something that we're looking at as we're going through, but we're trying to be very cost effective in what our plans are.
Thank you. Mr. Gorski, thank you, Dr. Alvik. Mr. Gorski, you want to handle the rest of the financial questions?
I'll do my best. As we've discussed at the last Finance Committee, the independent auditor reports to the Board of Education. And it's the Board of Education's prerogative to appoint an auditor. And the Board of Education requested we go out for an RFP previously, a request for proposal to get quotes on auditing services from different providers, different licensed auditors. And as Mr. Pelori said, there was only, Mr. Rusky said, there was only one responsive bid from that process. The fee proposed by Samuel Klein and Company was $48,000, which in my opinion is on the lower side. When we looked at competitive fees that are shared amongst other business administrators in the county for these types of services to do competitive analysis, the fee that I came up with at the time was about $60,000 to $70,000 for a district our size. So you can see 48,000 is quite competitive. I'm not sure if that was the reason why no one else found it attractive to bid here, but we went through the process, and as Mrs. Aziz speculates, when you change auditors, there is additional time services that's required up front for doing an audit risk assessment and inquiries of staff and developing procedures to do the audit. I couldn't speculate how much that could be, but you know, it is something. And I have looked previously at the Department of Education or the American Institute of CPAs to see if there's any recommendation for changing auditors for school districts, like the speaker reference for Sarbanes-Oxley for publicly held companies, and there is not. In fact, some of the guidance discourages it because of the costs involved. But
Okay,
again, that's the board's prerogative, whatever, you know, we're happy to go through this process again if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Gorski. Thank you, Ms. Aziz. Elliot, anyone else?
We do. We have Ravi Sharavu. Ravi, please state your address and please remember to lower your hand when you're done. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks. This is Ravi Chervu from Crossings Monroe. On the back of Prakash's question, I think obviously health is the biggest concern, one of the biggest concerns that we have in sending kids to school. So I don't know if this, to Dr. Aldrich's point, maybe there's nothing in place right now, but just want to find out if, for instance, you know, either a student falls sick or a teacher falls sick or something like that, are there like procedures in place where either they are isolated immediately or maybe the school is canceled that day or something along those lines? And secondly, if you know, if a family member of a student comes up with the virus, and are there like policies where families have to report that there is a case in their house, so either the student doesn't come to school or some precautions are taking place in such a way that, you know, it doesn't spread to the school? Thank you.
Mr. Ryback, a lot of those answers will be answered when I do the presentation in a little while.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Board President, we have Charles D.P. Arrow. Charles, please state your address and please lower your hand when you're done. Thank you. Charles?
Charles DiPiero, welcome.
Okay, I'll hold off on Charles. I'm going to go to Deborah Palella. Deborah, you're up. Please state your address and lower your hand when you're done. Thank you.
Hi there, Deborah Palella, Louise Lane, Monroe Township. I had a question regarding the digital divide. I'm just curious, we had a survey on March 6th called the Monroe Township Technology Accessibility Survey, and questions were asked about the students that we had and access to computers, tablet, and internet.
If they really want, I can find out.
Is there somebody else talking? I'm sorry, Deborah. I am hearing someone else talking. I hope we're not having the same problem as we did just a few minutes ago.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
I hear you, but I heard someone else at the same time.
Yep. So my question is, when that was sent out on 3/6, I did not know what the end result of that survey was, if it was just trying to gather information or not, but I had gone to the school that week, to the middle school, and asked about if there would be any sort of technology that would be lent out, or if there would be a program, or if we could sign up. I was referred to the guidance department, who referred me to the front office, who referred me to the team leader, and no one could answer and kept pushing me off. And they got back to me a few days later and said that at that time there would be no technology that would be able to be taken out, which I understand it was a short period of time. However, I had asked if there was some sort of list being taken or anything like that, if anything ever became available, if we could sign up to perhaps borrow a Chromebook or something of the sort. So now that time has passed, we did take that survey. I'm wondering if there is anything moving forward other than seeing if there's any availability with the digital divide and getting money from the government. But as a town, if we have these Chromebooks that are sitting in the school, are we looking to offer them out to students that may need them, or if there's multiple students in a household that need to be online at certain times, if there'll be anything to do that? So I was wondering what was happening with that.
Dr. Alvin?
Yeah, so the Digital Divide Grant was something that Governor Murphy mentioned last week at a press conference. And actually, I just received the broadcast during this meeting or right before this meeting. So I have not looked at the broadcast to see what the requirements are of that grant. But whatever it is, if we are eligible for any money, we will absolutely apply for it. If there's an issue with technology, that is definitely part of our plan. We need to make sure that every student has access to technology. We can't give one to every student, but we can definitely provide some relief if there's an issue in the house. So if there's an issue in the house where more technology is needed, we were taking it on a case-by-case basis in the spring. And we did hand out some Chromebooks to some families that were in need of it. So we will continue to do that. So we are looking at trying to find more money to purchase more so that we have enough for all of our students.
Thank you. Elliot, anyone else?
Mr. Board President, I'm going to go back to Charles ZiPiero for one more chance. Charles, you're up.
Charles? Hello?
Hello, Charles? Okay, that's it, Mr. Board President. There's no one else that left on the list.
Thank you, Elliot. Okay, we can move on to Dr. Lehman's report.
Good evening. I'm going to make my report.
Mr. Mayo, you have a question?
Yeah, I think we lost Peter. I'm concerned we lost Peter.
Is Peter here? Peter?
I do see Peter Tufano on my screen.
Okay, good. Okay, we can move on. Dr. Lehman, you're up.
Sure, thank you. I'll make a quick report. A lot of stuff that I report out on, Dr. Alvick and I collaborated on what she's going to present in her update. But we did get some exciting news this week, actually. We have at the high school, our electronic media students found out this week that they won first place in the Middlesex County Don't Drive Dangerously public service advisement contest. They created a 30-second audio PSA. There's schools throughout the county compete in this. They have a history, the Monroe Township has a history of placing highly over the past 12 years. They've either won or placed in the top 3 in the past 12 years. They created a 30-second audio clip that focuses on the consequences of driving while distracted. A maximum of 5 students per youth-led team collaborated to change the social climate of their community through the use of compelling public service announcements that depict drinking and driving as an unacceptable behavior. So congratulations to our Monroe Township High School students. And this is, another project that we worked on digitally, remotely. This organization finally got around to scoring and rating and placing our students and the students in the county. But again, we're proud of their work. Mrs. Miller, she's the teacher. She facilitates the students every year in her classes. So great work. And before I hand it over to Dr. Alvick, I just want to say thank you. A lot of the work that will be in the presentation for Dr. Alvick's update comes from feedback from the Teaching and Learning Committee, and the staff on that committee have put in a tremendous amount of time. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We're right in the thick of things right now, but all the staff, the teachers, the administrators, everybody who's been a part of that committee, I just want to thank you for your time, and I look forward to continue working with you this summer.
Thank you, Dr. Lehman. Okay, Dr. Albert, we're ready for your report.
Okay, Mr. Feldman, can I share my screen?
No problem. Let me give you control right now. You should have control, Dr. Alvick.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to give a update on our reopening plan. I caution everyone that this is still a work in progress. We are working with 5 subcommittees right now, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So this is not final. It will not be final until it goes to the county and is approved by the county. But there's a lot of people working on this. Many hours have gone into it. So I just want to caution everyone on that as we continue to go through. So a plan that supports the needs of our community, that's what we're looking for. 2 important pieces out of the restart plan for the Department of Education are the district's reopening plans must account for resuming in-person instruction in some capacity, and plans will look different at each district to meet the unique needs of our community. So we took all of that into consideration as we were working on this. The goals of our reopening plan include supporting the mental and physical health of our staff and students, using established and enhanced cleaning and screening protocol in our facilities, following all social distancing and PPE, that's personal protective equipment, guidelines in all facilities and buses, ensuring meaningful instruction is taking place in person and remotely for maximum academic progress, and ensuring all students have a working device and internet connectivity. Again, this plan is subject to change based on updated guidance from the DOE and the governor's office. All plans are preliminary, still need approval from the county superintendent's office, and many areas are still in the planning stages. So we are still working on this. We have 5 subcommittees, so I want to thank, I know there's a lot of staff members on our meeting this evening, many of whom are on the committee and many are just here to hear what the plan is. They've been working for several weeks to address these areas. We have 5 subcommittees: governance, health and safety, athletics, transportation, and teaching and learning. Mrs. Kolyapanowicz, Mr. Pelori, and Mr. Nicotinsky are part of the committees. So one of the first things we need to look at is our facilities and making sure that we're creating clean and safe schools. So we are in the process of creating protocols that will exceed the CDC and the Department of Health guidelines, which include classrooms, restrooms, buses, high-touch surface areas cleaned throughout the day using electrostatic cleaners and eco-friendly cleaners whenever possible. But obviously, we're looking at ones that will kill the virus. Schools and offices will have hand sanitizers in every classroom and office. Disinfecting wipes will be available. PPE, again, that's personal protective equipment for staff. So that's like masks, gloves, that type of thing that are needed. Plexiglass panels or other accommodations in high traffic areas, and signage. Our HVAC systems will run at maximum fresh air capacity. And we are also exploring working with a mechanical engineer to identify some of our HVAC needs. Outdoor spaces can be used for class meetings as much as possible. And the district is also working with Dr. Lynch, who's a council certified indoor environmental consultant, for guidance on cleaning procedures and protocols. So we ask that everyone does their part by following some guidelines. Do not come to work or school if you are exhibiting COVID-19 symptoms. Maintaining personal hygiene by washing hands frequently and completing the daily self-health checklist, and we'll talk about that screening a little later. Maintaining 6 feet of social distance in classrooms, workspaces, and common areas. Wearing face coverings at all times indoors, except in private rooms and offices, and outdoors when physical distancing is not possible. So we ask you practice now. This is for staff and students. Practice now by wearing a face covering and try to work up to a day of school. Covering your cough or sneezing into a tissue or your sleeve or elbow, and refrain from touching your face, shaking hands, or coming into bodily contact with others, and not sharing personal items. As was mentioned a little earlier, we are looking at policies and protocols for revisions. We are developing procedures for someone who becomes sick in school. Our nurses are working in consult with our district physician and the county health office to do this. Schools are preparing for isolation rooms in each school. So if a student or a staff member have any kind of symptoms, they would be isolated immediately and be asked to be picked up from school. Procedures for implementation of remote learning with limited notice. This is something that we're looking to put into place because if there has to be another school closure for any reason, whether it's something in the district or something outside the district that's causing us to do that, we want to make sure that we're ready to go. The district will also provide return to school guidance to staff, parents, and students. There will be a lot of information coming out to parents through the month of August to prepare for September. And we will be developing a website on our webpage from each school's webpage that all of this information will be available, including this PowerPoint will be available tomorrow. Technology that was brought up a little while ago also, we need to make sure that all families have a working device and internet access. Students will receive direct instruction on virtual classroom norms, procedures, and etiquette, as well as good digital citizenship practices. That's something that we're working on now. Assignments can be found in centralized platforms. So for K-8, we'll be using Google Classroom, and grades 9 through 12, Schoology. And again, families will receive information on navigating these platforms to find student assignments. So for the health and wellness, we are going to be implementing a 2-step screening process. And this plan came out of our health and safety subcommittee. So all students and staff will complete a daily exposure symptom survey prior to entering the building or boarding the bus. So this will be done online. Genesis is looking to create a module. So since parents are already familiar with Genesis and attendance reporting, we figured that may be the best way to go. So we are still looking into this. So every student who's coming to school and every staff member who's coming into the school that day must complete a survey, or they will not be allowed in the school. And then students and staff will be screened daily as they enter the building with temperature checks and as they're coming in to every building. We will continue with our mental health training for staff and social emotional support for students. And then the counselors and child study team will also check in with students who've been identified in the past as having anxiety and or related mental health conditions for heightened anxiety as we return to school, because we know that this is a very anxious time for everybody. Transportation. We are looking to have our buses run at a reduced capacity to ensure social distancing as much as possible. Students must complete online screening prior to entering the bus. So again, that's the online screening piece, the questionnaire. Students will be required to wear face coverings on the bus, and the drivers will also be wearing face coverings. The buses will be disinfected between runs, and parents will be asked to transport their children to reduce bus capacity. So be on the lookout. It will not be distributed this week. It'll be distributed next week. A parent transportation waiver. So if you're choosing as a parent to opt out of transportation, then you will be able to do that via the survey, and that will help us as we're planning for our bus routes for the fall. That information will be coming out next week. So if I was giving this presentation last week, the guidance that we had received from the state of New Jersey was that we could not offer a full remote option for students. As of July 20th, we are now allowed to offer a remote learning opportunity. So if there are families who choose that for their children to not return to in-person learning, we will be offering a fully remote option. I do not know the specifics of that yet. That is something that is still in the works. Students who are in person will be in attendance on a 4-hour session schedule. No lunch, student lunch will be served, but students on free and reduced lunch will continue to receive lunch deliveries. Instructional information for return to school will be sent out during the month of August. Again, we'll continue to update as we get more information. With regard to instruction, students will be assessed and provided additional support as needed. We're looking at lots of different opportunities to utilize our staff to help provide that support to students. Staff will receive additional training in blended learning to make the transition between in-person and remote as seamless as possible, and to assure that they are prepared in the event that we must return to a full remote learning option. We are also working over the summer with a couple of committees of teachers who will be working on creating some lessons to kind of help with that model and more professional development. Students and parents will be provided resources to ensure that they can effectively navigate and access the information on Google Classroom and Schoology. And in conjunction with doing the hybrid instruction, we are looking at a remote learning plan if we have to go full remote. So basically kind of a snapshot of a student's day of the arrival. So step one is going to be the screening via Genesis. So these are some of the questions that will be asked during that screening that will have to be done each day. Then students, if they ride on the bus or if they get driven to school, however they get to school, socially distanced if they're on the bus. Once they're at school, we're going to stagger drop-off times so that the buses are not arriving at the same time as parents, so that we can make sure that we're distancing students as they're coming into the building so that we can screen them effectively. And then we will be taking temperatures of everyone who's entering the building, and anyone who has an elevated temperature will be immediately placed in the isolation room, or anyone that answers anything specific to these questions will also be placed in an isolation room, and anyone who develops any symptoms throughout the day will be placed in an isolation room, and there will be a procedure on what we need to do. So for the K to 8, so K to 8, there are several options. The first option is the 100% in-person option. Because of our class sizes and our facilities, that really isn't an option for us at this time. So we're not able to do that. So we need to look at a blended learning model. We're calling it the eFalcon option. So our eFalcon now is kind of our remote learning revised. You know, we've learned from what happened in the spring. We want to make sure that we're upping our game and providing everything that we can for our students in the remote environment. So basically what will happen is we'll be dividing students into cohorts based on alphabet so that families will be together on which days they're in school and which days they're not in school. And again, this is K-8. So half of the cohort, so for example, you see on the screen, the purple cohort will go Monday and Tuesday and alternating Wednesdays in person, and then Thursdays and Fridays remote. The gold cohort would go the opposite. That gives us that day in between where we can really thoroughly clean before we mix cohorts of students in any classroom environment. We are looking at special education, our ELL population, our at-risk students. We are looking at some other types of schedules that we could look at to support students in those groups. And then, so students would be in person in the morning, and then in the afternoon, there would be a virtual piece from home. So the whole class would be together in the afternoon for the virtual piece. But if they're home working remotely, they'll have work to do in the morning, but then they'll still be meeting with the teacher every day in the afternoon. The other option is the 100% remote option, which is students who are, if there's a medical necessity why they cannot be in school, or parents do not want them in school and they've opted out, they'll be able to do that. So that will be done fully remote, and we will be utilizing staff in a fully remote option for that. The high school is much more difficult. We have looked at many schedules to try and figure out what the best way would be for our students to be able to participate in the schedule of classes that they are used to. And so for the most part, the majority of our high school students are going to be fully remote. We will bring students in person for our special populations, like our L students, our English language learner students, special education students in the IEP process, or identified students in our enrichment students. And then they will have in-person support provided for them in school during that half-day session. And then as the health crisis conditions change, we can look to add more students and bring more students back in school. But this is really, because of our complexity of our schedule for our high school students, there was no way to bring all of our students back into the school. So there's lots of variables with this plan. As I mentioned in the beginning, this is definitely a plan and work in process. Things could change. Lots of things could change. The health-wise could change. We could be going to full remote. So please take that into consideration as you're looking at it. The number of families who select remote learning could change the model. The number of families who waive transportation will impact busing. The number of staff who are unable to return to school for whatever reason may impact schedules. It's dependent on decisions on the state level, and any additional schedules, will be developed as we respond to possible changes. As I mentioned before, we are looking at students with special needs and making sure that we're providing the support that they need. So we are looking at that. A survey will be going out to families of special education students next week to see what else we can do to support them. Looking at other options for some PPE, personal protective equipment, in some of the special education classrooms. And we're also researching options for speech, occupational, and physical therapy to be provided in either remote and/or live instruction. So we're continuing to research. Again, the eFalcon program is now our 100% remote instruction. We are looking at enhanced remote learning experience and virtual instruction. It's going to set an online schedule that mirrors the school schedule as much as possible to facilitate a smooth transition to in-person learning, when hopefully we'll be able to do that. Students will have to participate in their class sessions, and attendance will be taken. And again, the goal is to replicate the classroom experience as much as possible. And we will be using a full remote option if we have to, if there's any event where we have to close a school. Some other things that we are looking at: no field trips before January 1st. no in-person large group events, no in-person whole school or grade level assemblies. We're researching options for back to school evenings and parent-teacher conferences. Guidance will be coming from the New Jersey DOE on security drills, so that's something that we have to consider also. No visitors will be permitted in our buildings during the school day unless prior arrangements have been made, and we are limiting our outside building use to ensure safety for all of our students and staff. Athletics information came out from Mr. Byer today. So we are recommending, this plan recommends a 1-month season from August 1st to August 28th, which allows for the phase 1 start of fall athletics. And then from August 29th to September 14th, it's a mandatory virtual session for all schools and all student athletes before the season actually starts. Falcon Care and ECE. So with the schedule that we are possibly looking at, the Falcon Care will still be providing before and after school childcare in our elementary schools. We are also looking to explore the possibility of in-district childcare for students and staff members. And we'll be looking, we're still looking at that. That's still in the beginning phases to see if this is something that we can accommodate for our families and our staff. So what happens if, I think someone asked this question earlier, if an infected person has been in a school building, we will work with our local health officials and follow the CDC guidelines. So if we find out that a student or a staff member has been infected, we must dismiss all of our students and their staff for 2 to 5 days in the building. This gives you have to wait 24 hours, and then there has to be a deep cleaning after 24 hours. This initial short-term closure allows time for local health officials to gain a better understanding of the situation impacting the school. The local health department will be the ones that do the contact tracing and notify the contact tracers. We will help them with schedules and things like that, but they will be doing most of that. So the staff, students, and families are encouraged to continue to follow all guidance from the Department of Health and local health authorities. And contacts may be quarantined and placed on remote learning for 14 days. So we have that option in there that we'll be able to put people on remote learning if we need to. So some important upcoming dates. There will be a parent learning forum, remote learning forum that will be coming out next week, asking if there's any parent that wants to commit to remote learning through January. A parent transportation waiver, again, will be coming out next week. It will be the same form through Genesis. We are looking at finalized schedules to go out in early August. And again, the first day of school is September 3rd. So again, this is a work in progress. And it definitely could have things changing as we move forward in this. So I guess I will open it up to the board if the board has any questions.
Any board member with question? I can't see everybody, so just call out.
Steve, it's Paul.
Okay,
I'll ask the first question. So Dory, so if I understood everything you said correctly, when it comes to the high school, that's full remote for the high school.
Yes.
And you talked almost, you made specific points about how it's going to be structured like a normal day, so they could sort of follow their classes and go back. Is that the same or different from what they did to finish the school year?
That's the same as what the high school did in the spring. Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
The middle and elementary schools did not follow that schedule, but they will be now.
Adi, is that a hand up?
Yeah. How is pickup and drop off going to work? Is there going to be extra staff by the entrance?
Yes, each of the schools has been tasked to come up with a screening process of how students will be entering schools. We're actually a little more concerned with this dismissal, so more so than the arrival. Arrival we can stagger and let certain buses off. So we're not all students are getting off the buses at the exact same time. We'll have 1 or 2 buses come off so that they can be screened and then sent directly to their classroom, and then the parents will be at a different time. We'll stagger the times for that. Dismissal, we're going to have to dismiss classes, not just the whole school at one time. So arrival and dismissal and transportation is going to take a little bit more time to make sure that we're socially distancing.
I have a question, Dory. And if you went through this, forgive me. One is early childhood, especially, I find, manipulatives and how important that is. What are we doing for that, if anything?
Well, there is no sharing of manipulatives, so students will have to have their own manipulatives or things that we're using in the classroom, and then they'll have to be cleaned regularly.
Okay. Special education?
We're still working on those types of schedules, and we had a meeting today with Mrs. Ruella, and we're looking at specific classes and what specific classes may need, and we'll create schedules based on that.
Like, what about occupational therapy? Is that still being looked at?
Yeah, that's still being looked at. Up until now, I think a lot of it was remote, which is not ideal. So we're still working on those options.
Okay, thank you.
Dory,
Once, let me Ken, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just.
Okay. Peter, you'll go after Ken. Okay.
And then me.
Okay.
All right.
So if with the remote learning, is that going to be live instruction with the teachers, or is it going to be similar to what we just went through?
It will be live instruction for the students who are all remote. It will be live instruction. There will be, for the students who are doing half in school and half at home, it will not be live instruction while the teacher is teaching the class in the school, but there will be so they will be given assignments, but there will be a live instruction piece every afternoon. So there will be connections every day, but it will not be live all day.
Okay. Peter, you go. Peter, I don't know if I'm having a problem with your camera, because we did before. It was going out. You know, it was out. Elliot, is there a problem with Peter's camera? It is now, but the audio is off. I don't know if there's something there. Right now, you look frozen.
Yeah, Mr. Tamano, I think maybe it might be the internet, because I think that's why you keep freezing up.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question, Dory. How are we addressing the parents of special needs children who want to send them to school and have a sensory issue wearing the mask?
That's one of the things that we're still looking at. We're looking at other PPE, things like partitions, face masks, face shields for staff. We have to look and make sure that the students that are in the classroom, you don't want 2 students in the classroom that can't wear a face mask. You know, because the more face masks, the better, because you're not, you know, it's not only protecting you, it's protecting the other people.
Right.
We're still looking at that. That's something that we're still working on.
You know what other districts are doing for that? Anybody bring any ideas to the table on how they're dealing with it?
Well, I can tell you that our CPAG group continuously shares resources with me, which is great. That they're sharing resources that they're getting. Our CPAG is our special education parents group, parent advisory group, and so they continue to do that. So we're looking at every option that we can.
Okay, I see a number of hands. I know, Andy, your hand's up. I think Jill had a question before you, and then Andy would go.
No, Rupa's been there for a while. So.
Okay, Rupa.
Dr. Alvick, the one question about the high school classes, being that they're going to be remote, is the class time the same length as if we would be in school? Because I know during the spring we were more of a half-day schedule.
Yeah, I think the plan right now is more of a half-day schedule, so that we can provide time for the teachers in the afternoon to reach out and do things. Again, this is not finalized.
Okay.
Okay.
And I just one more question with that. Are you curriculum-wise, is that okay that we're not at the length that we're supposed to be, where the kids are still going to meet the curriculum needs that they need?
Yeah,
for the
our
whole year?
supervisors have been working with Dr. Lehman and looking at that, and that will continue. And we're going to be working with groups of teachers too to take a look at that. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Dr. Alwick, I just wanted, based on the input we're getting and the questions we get from the public, I think public is extremely concerned, irrespective of what you choose. I don't think there's a perfect solution here. I think in times like this, probably the communication is the best way to keep folks calm from their anxieties and things like that. You know, I keep hearing that there are other towns that are already announcing a set plan, which I seriously doubt if that's the case, but we keep hearing it. What's the communication protocol that you would like to maintain with the parents and in the district, so that, you know, their nerves are calm and they know that we're heading in the right direction?
Well, as I mentioned before, we will be developing a website, so parents will be able to do that. We're going to start with this presentation tomorrow on the website and more information to come. We will be giving regular updates, similar to what I did in the spring, with regular updates for parents so that we can communicate as much as we can and provide as much information and as much support as we can as we move forward.
Mr. Rama?
Yeah, sure, Ken.
I just have one more question. Dr. Alvick, how will we be utilizing the high school building itself, during remote learning?
That's still another question because we're looking right now at our bandwidth to see if our teachers can be in the building to provide instruction, or if they cannot be in the building. We're looking to see what our bandwidth is to be able to do that. The other piece that we're looking at our high school is if there's a possibility that we have to close down a school, that we could possibly utilize rooms at the high school. So again, there's so many things that are still up in the air and still being questioned. So.
Okay, Adi?
Yeah, could a special ed parent opt in for half and half?
That would be the normal remote day. Yes, that would be the normal in-person. It'd be half in-person, half out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other board member? Jill?
I have a question. Is there a possibility that we could return to normal, like come January or something?
That would be my hope. I have no control over that one.
Michelle?
Yes, I have a few questions, please. What is the plan for evaluating student achievement and progress and the efficacy of the curriculum and instruction remotely?
Well, we are looking to continue to use our NWA map, which is something that we've used the last few years. We did not use it in the spring, but that's something we're looking to continue to do to help us to see where our students are with respect to the standards. And I don't know what the state is doing with that though. So because the state did not have the state testing last week, so I don't know if that's last year, but we still want to assess our students and see where we are. And we found that the MAP test has been a good indicator for us with our students. We want to continue to do that.
Can the board discuss getting a 90-day update, or I know this is all going to be new, but I mean, to make sure that whatever we put in place, look, everything that's going to be put in place is something new. So we can't say or say that, oh my God, it didn't work and somebody made a mistake. It's all new. But if we do find that things aren't working out well for our students and they're not getting things, or they're not, performing as we think they should, we should have the flexibility of changing and not waiting until June. So I don't know if 90 days is a good enough thing, maybe 100, maybe a semester, but I don't want to, it's always like the data is only as good as the input. So if it's not working for the students or the teachers, I want to have the flexibility of changing gears. And is there a plan that you have for doing that?
Well, we've looked at multiple options. So, this is the one that we've kind of looked at. And again, it's not final yet. We're still working with our staff and our administrators to see if this is even going to work with us. We have not finalized anything. And we did that in the spring too, where, we noticed something wasn't working. We made changes, we made adjustments, and we did what we needed to do. So absolutely. We've also learned from the spring. We learned a lot of what happened in the spring and some of the things that we needed to improve and some of the things that we did well. So we did notice that in the spring. So we're definitely utilizing that information as we move forward. And I have no problem giving an update at the board meetings each month on where we are in the process, because this, as I mentioned before, this is changing on a daily basis.
Okay, and next I have two more questions. Will there be a standard of instruction for remote learning? In other words,
Yes.
Across the board?
Yes.
And I know I asked you that in a committee meeting, but I'm very concerned that the parents know what the standard is and the students have an idea. And of course, the teachers, it would be unfair for the teachers not to know what the standards are and the expectations of how often they should be in front of the classroom, how, what kind of things and what kind of lessons they should be giving. So, I have some concerns about some people just saying, oh, watch this movie as a, if the movie is relevant or it's a documentary or something like that, that's not a problem for me, but I think it should be a standard and each teacher should either, and I don't know, we're not allowed to micromanage, but it's just a concern that I have that the teachers have a standard of instruction that they know that they have to follow. So I guess that doesn't require a comment, an answer. It's just a comment. And then are we working with the local health department, meaning the municipality or the county?
Both. So I do work with the local municipality through our Office of Emergency Management there. I meet with them regularly, so they're involved in the discussions. They will know this plan next week. I actually have a meeting on Tuesday with them, Tuesday or Wednesday. So they'll I update them regularly. That also a part of that is the county health office. So we've been working with them since the spring. And I also work with the county superintendents and the county superintendent for all of these plans. So I'm working in conjunction with other school districts in the county. Again, though, not every district is going to look the same.
Well, my specific question is, how many contract tracers are there? If the county has, what's the staff of these places? If they only have 3 people for the county, they're not going to be able to help all the schools across the county. Could you find out, or do you know how many employees?
I don't know the answer to that, but it's not just a county thing. That's a statewide county. The contact tracing is a statewide. There actually is a, I've actually done it. And I know Dr. Lehman I don't know if he's finished it, but I know he was working on it also. I did the contact tracing training through Johns Hopkins. It's an online training course. It's a 6-hour course. I did do that. I could become a contact tracer. So I am familiar with what the procedures are. I do not know the answer to that, but I can ask that next week at my OEM call.
And the other question would be, and if you needed to have someone come, what is the lag time? Are they coming immediately? Are they coming in a week? Are they coming in 24 hours? Like, what's the procedure for identification of the symptoms in either a student or a staff member in the buildings?
I'm not exactly sure. Who do you mean is coming in?
Well, are we getting a member of the health department?
Oh, they won't come in. We would report it to them, and then the contact tracing is all done through the phone and through online procedures.
So no health department employee or staff is going to come to the school to do anything?
No. We would work with them and give them the information. I actually worked with the county health department in the spring. Whenever we had anybody that was identified in the township, if they were of school age or had or it seemed to be like a parent age, I worked with the county with information on that in the spring.
And what's the turnaround? What's the turnaround on that? Did they contact you immediately?
Yes. As soon as they got a positive case, I was contacted immediately.
Okay. Again, I still don't know the time frame between when we identify something like that in our facility and when they go into action.
Well, it would depend. If we identify something in our facility, we would send them home or send them out for testing, and it would depend on how long it takes to get those results back. Those results aren't instantaneous. They would not be allowed back in our building, but but it takes a couple of days to get the results.
Does Middlesex County have, do we have a testing site if we needed to immediately send one of our students or staff members?
Yes.
And do we have is there any priority for students or staff members?
There is a priority for staff members. I'm not sure about the student question, but there was a priority for staff members or any township personnel also. They could go to the one, and I don't remember what the name of it is off the top of my head, but there's a place in Monroe that they could go to and have a test.
So should we put that on our website as or part of your presentation?
I don't know, because I don't know if it's open to the public.
Okay, can we find that out?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Kathy, did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question and I have a comment. Dory, what are we going to be doing about kindergarten this year? Because we have morning kindergarten and an afternoon kindergarten at all our elementary schools. So how are we going to implement that?
Mr. Lehman, do you want to, or Dr. Lehman, do you want to go over that one? Because I know you're more familiar with that schedule.
Yeah, it's certainly more complicated. And again, nothing's been finalized. What we're looking to do is maintain a kindergartner with their older sibling cohort. So if they're a purple or a gold cohort, they would be in school on the same day. But the frequency for that kindergartner would be less than a first through eighth grader. And the frequency yet to be determined at this point. Most likely they would be in school probably once every week. But again, it's very complicated because essentially every classroom teacher has 2 classes, and those 2 classes also have to be split in half. So you really have 4 classes per teacher, and when you spread that out, it takes much more time to get them face-to-face time with their teachers. We are looking at maintaining them in the building for the entire half day. So typically they're in school for about 2.5 hours. Then they leave, and the second, the PM kindergarten comes in on a half day and they finish off their time. So the days that they would be in school at this point, we're looking at keeping them there longer than they typically are. So essentially for a 4-hour session instead of a 2.5-hour session. And it nets out to face-to-face time pretty comparable to what they had in the past. But again, it's a unique situation, that as well as some of the pre-K classes that we have, that some are half day, some are full day. Those are really outliers compared to our grade 1 through 8 classes. So again, yet to be determined exact frequency, but one thing we are prioritizing is keeping them in the same cohort of students with their older siblings. In essence, the parent is planning to go to work. They'll know all their children are in school, and then on the days they're home, they know all their children will be at home in the hybrid schedule.
Yeah, because with new kindergarten students and new kindergarten parents, this is all going to be completely new for them. So first I want to just say that I'm really impressed with the job that this committees are doing to reopen the schools, and commend all the people working on the project. I know that there's going to be a lot more questions people are going to ask before we even start in September. But I just want to say that when we went from the traditional school day to the block scheduling, it took us 3 years to prepare for that. A year for research and 2 years to plan for opening for block scheduling. So I just want to say, to get this all done in this short amount of time is amazing. And I'm just very impressed with where we're going in this very quickly. So kudos to all the staff that's working on this.
Thank you. It's definitely taking a team.
Yeah.
Dr. Eva, can I add one thing to the high school?
Absolutely, Dr. Lehman.
Thank you. The list of students that we currently have identified for potentially being in person at the high school, that's close to 700 students. So whereas we say, the majority of students are remote, there is a significant targeted population that we're looking to bring in and provide, whether it's related services to you or one-to-one support or to address any other needs. So that list of students that we, the ELLs, some of our special needs students, some of the 9th grade enrichment, those are students that have been identified that would need that support. The services that they typically get on a daily basis are much more, we'd like to provide them in person. So just so you have a number, it's between 600 and 700, and there's some flexibility and variability in what will happen. But so the high school certainly is not a vacant building. There's a significant population of students. Between 25 and 30% of the building will be in there.
Thank you. Any other board member with questions? Okay, not seeing it. And Dr. Alvick?
Okay, so then that takes me to my report. So for personnel items, A through AW, it's recommended that the board approve by roll call.
So moved.
Okay, second. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions?
I beg your pardon, was that Mr. Tufano on the second?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, we can take a vote.
Mr. Pelori?
Yes.
That's a yes. Mr. Rutsky?
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Koloponowicz,
Yes.
Mrs. Arminio,
Yes.
Mr. Chiarella,
Yes.
Mrs. Siegel, Mrs. DeMayo,
Yes.
Mr. Nicotinsky,
Yes.
Mr. Tefano,
Yes.
and Mr. Ryback.
Yes.
Board President, personnel items A through AW has passed.
Okay, before I move on to board action, I just want to congratulate Mr. Elliot Feldman, our new Director of Information Technology.
Yes, congratulations.
Congratulations.
I think he's actually done a great job running these meetings late. And
Congratulations, Mr. Feldman, and he's got big shoes to fill with Mr. Reggie Washington, and I thank them both for their efforts.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
So, and then for board action, it's recommended that the board approve board action items A through R by roll call.
So moved.
I second it.
Do we have a second there? That's Mr. Pelori?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions, concerns?
I just have a quick question for Dr. Alwick. I see the professional request for professional development. See a number of events that are taking place. Are they really happening in person, or most of these are happening remotely, Dr. Alwick?
All professional development is happening virtually right now.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, I guess we can vote now, Mr. Gorski.
Mr. Chiarella,
Yes.
Mr. Siegel,
Yes.
Mr. Pelori,
Yes.
Mr. Pelori, how do you vote, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Tefano,
Yes.
Mr. Rutsky,
yes.
Mr. Nicotinsky,
Yes.
Mr. Nicotinsky.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. DeMayo, Ms. Arminio,
Yes.
Ms. Koloponowicz,
Yes.
and Mr. Ryback.
Yes.
Mr. Board President, board action items A through R has passed unanimously.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Alvey. Okay, Mr. Gorski, Business Administrator's report.
Thank you, Mr. Ryback. I'd like to briefly touch on a couple items that are in my report. Number one, as Dr. Alvick has stated before, it's letter D in my report. The district has applied for a CARES Act grant, which reimburses us a maximum of $112,607. This is to help offset the costs of COVID-19 and district preparedness. It is limited to that amount by the state of New Jersey, which allocated the federal money based upon Title I rules and Title I allocation that distributes the money for students at low income and students that are at high risk, which is a very illogical way to deal with COVID-19, which applies to the entire population of students. We would be much better served if it was based upon enrollment, for example, but we applied and we're getting the maximum amount available. Number two, item F on my agenda. The district went through a process which was spurred by community interest for use of the tennis courts at the high school as well as the track. And the process began with the athletic director doing a review of those two athletic facilities to make a determination if they were safe in this current environment. Also checking with our insurance representative for property and casualty, who recommended some very good best practices. And our facility director and security director. So item F will reestablish use of the tennis court and track at the high school. There'll be additional signage put up, which talks about how often those facilities are being cleaned and the responsibilities of the user to maintain social distancing and comply with the regulations. Administration will monitor these new reopenings for effectiveness and safety. And as we discussed at the committee, we may have to revisit this if problems develop. Item I on my agenda is a resolution for the approval of Ed Data through the Middlesex Regional Ed Service Commission. Ed Data is a purchasing consortium that's run through the Middlesex Regional Ed Service Commission. And there is a typo on that line item that I beg your pardon, I should have caught earlier. But the aggregate savings since this aggregate bulk purchasing initiative had been recommended by me to the Board of Education has exceeded $4 million of savings. And this covers anything that is considered a district supply. Staff has been ordering through EdData, which goes through a consortium run by the county office, Ed Service Commission, where they buy in bulk. It's even cheaper than going out to bid, and we've saved $4 million compared to going out to bid through that very competitive process. So that, we throw around these large numbers, but that's a significant amount of savings that the district has recognized and went back into the budget. Number 4, as we discussed at the educational advocacy notes, I spoke with representatives from the township per the request of the committee, Mr. George Lang and Mr. Alan Weinberg, who reported that tax collections were down 97.5% compared to an average of 99. And however, the township took the unprecedented action of sending out estimated tax bills. And they did this because they recognized that we had a very large payment due in August of $19.2 million. And as I'm going to quote Mr. Weinberg now, the school tax payment is the municipality's top priority. So they understand it's a very collaborative arrangement here. And I just to add a postscript to this, I got a call from Mr. Weinberg today giving me an update that the collections from the estimated tax bills were very strong. And we can expect our full $19.2 million on time. So kudos to Mr. Weinberg and Mr. Lang, and the communication by the board's committees with the township, which is most essential here in prioritizing the lifeblood for this organization, which is the tax payment.
That's good news.
Unfortunately, there's a negative note to this, and that's the state aid piece. Representatives from the county office, as well as the Department of Education Finance Department that were speaking at the Government Accounting and Auditing Conference that I attended, reminded everyone that school district state aid allocations are an estimate at this point because the state budget has not been finalized and won't be until September 30th. Unfortunately, a former board member actually sent me an article just before the meeting. Governor Murphy quotes, New Jersey schools could face $1 billion cut without new federal stimulus aid. Murphy warns as he blasts McConnell. So this preliminary estimate that we've received from the state is certainly at risk. And if $1 billion gets funneled through as state aid cuts, it could present an emergency situation here at the district because we don't have contingencies to absorb our share of $1 billion cut. Now that could just be posturing to get the federal government's attention with the federal stimulus money. I hope it is, and we will keep everybody apprised of that. So that is everything that I have to update the committee on. So Mr. Board President and members of the Monroe Township Board of Education, it is recommended that board action items A through O be approved by consent roll call, noting the change on letter I, which indicates now $4 million in aggregate savings since that program has begun.
So moved.
We have a second.
Mr. Chiarella was the first.
I'll second it.
Mr. Mutsky seconded.
He was the second. Thank you.
Any questions or comments?
I have a question.
All right.
We have the bid award for snow plowing and snow removal at $299,800. Is that whether we get snow or not?
No.
How does that work?
No, fortunately, the way that bid is designed is that is an estimate, and there are some certain fixed costs for putting their equipment on our site, which prioritizes the plowing services as opposed to someone driving in. But we call them, and Mr. Teague actually bases it upon the amount of snow that he measures at the school facilities as needed. And we utilize our staff instead if it's a reasonable amount of snow that they can handle. So it's actively managed, to put it another way.
What is the fixed cost that we have to pay based on their trucks or whatever you said?
I don't have that information committed to memory. I'd have to look at that and email you back, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that.
Girella, did you have a question?
Yeah, no, I just want to, we, on G&H, we had 2 donations, so I just wanted to mention those and thank those people. So Linda Bazinski, for the $400 donation, laptop computers and the supplies. And then Sharon Krause in the amount of $100 and Robert Johnson Foundation matching gift program in the amount of $500 in memory of Craig Golitz and Paula Uranek. I hope I said those names correctly, but I just wanted to call those 2 donations out.
Thank you. Glad you did.
For the record, I think 1977 might be the first graduating class of Monroe High School. I think so.
Okay.
Oh, very nice. Okay.
Mr. Rybick?
Yes.
Michelle Arminio, I have a question on D, special revenue funds. There's D and there's 2 parts to that. The question is, it says on the first part that we are approving the application and staff for the following special revenue programs. And then on the next one, it says we're formally accepting. It seems they are the same. So my question is, we are getting those grant funds, and when will they come to us?
Mr. Gorski?
Grant funds come after the district expends the money. We apply for it online and we show evidence that we've spent the money, and then we get reimbursed.
But have we been granted the ability to do that? So in other words, if we spend the money and send it to where it goes, are we guaranteed that money to be reimbursed to us?
Yes, that is the grant award. And that's what the Board of Education is accepting. Those amounts tonight have been provided by the state. That is the award, and also to accept the funds.
Okay. And I think you answered the question, but on F, if we find that the tennis courts and they're not, I mean, I guess you can socially distance if you're playing tennis with one other person, but if people are hanging around the courts or not following guidelines, we can shut that down again, right? This is not infinite.
Yes, ma'am. Our security staff and our administration will be watching and monitoring those courts, as well as the cooperation from the police department to frequently pass by there. They're going to keep an eye on it too, according to Pete Pirro. And we're taking some initiatives like I understand Mr. Byers is going to close off the middle tennis court just to provide some additional distancing. But
okay.
Hopefully,
go ahead.
Hopefully, you know, the people read the signs and respect the process and keep social distancing measures and can safely utilize these and enjoy these facilities.
And are we not, or are we requiring masks when they play?
No, that is not a requirement.
Okay, I didn't think so. Thank you.
I will add to that the bleachers have been closed, so there will be no spectators. This is just for active participation.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, I guess we can vote, Mr. Gorski.
Mr. Rutsky.
Yes.
Ms. DeMayo.
Yes.
Arminio.
Yes.
Ms. Arminio.
I said yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pelori.
Yes.
Ms. Siegel.
Yes.
Mr. Chiarella.
Yes.
Koloponowicz.
Yes.
Mr. Tefano.
Yes.
Mr. Nikotinsky.
Yes.
And Mr. Ryback.
Yes.
Mr. President, board action items A through O has passed. And I would just like to conclude my report by saying that this is an extremely unusual year to be financially managing the budget. There are external needs related to COVID-19 coming from every direction, which were not budgeted for. We got $112,000 from the federal government through the state in the CARES grant, but that's a drop in the bucket compared to what we're spending here. So last year, my the assistant business administrator and I would meet weekly to review the budget and determine where any available surpluses are within accounts and what accounts were running heavy. We're probably going to wind up doing that at least twice a week now. But we assure Dr. Alvick and Dr. Lehman and the Board of Education that we will come up with every creative means to meet every need to provide for a safe educational process here this fall. I certainly appreciate all the help from Dr. Alvick and Dr. Lehman, who have been very creative and also very conservative in addressing some of these budget needs that have been unidentified till recently. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gorski.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Mr. Gorski, are you having any difficulty finding supplies such as the hand sanitizer or, in this case, toilet paper for the schools or anything of that nature?
Not at this time, as Dr. Alvick reported to the committee meetings with her reopening plan. We have had successful purchase orders go out, and we have found supplies for PPE, for sanitizer, for plexiglass, for cleaning chemicals that are within the right to know plan. And I think schools are being prioritized as they should be from the supply that's out there.
Okay, great. Glad to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I can move on now, I believe, to my report. Number one, I'd like to congratulate Andy Valori on his appointment by Governor Murphy as a trustee to Middlesex County Community College. It's nice to see your efforts on behalf of Monroe being recognized, Andy. We're fortunate to have you on our Board of Education. With all that's going on because of the pandemic, I'd like to thank Dr. Alvick, Dr. Lehman, and Mr. Gorski, and all the volunteers on the subcommittees they organized to develop a re-entering plan. Dr. Alvick updates the board regularly, and we're on the phone together daily. I truly believe our plan, when ready, will be exemplary. And what we saw today was just an example of what's coming and something to be proud of. I'd like to thank Dr. Higgins and his staff for a wonderful outdoor graduation exercise for our seniors and their families. Everyone was able to enjoy it. It was a wonderful day. And now I'd like to address a more serious matter concerning Mr. Tufano. There were a number of members from the public who spoke out against him at our June meeting, claiming his posts on social media are vulgar, racist, and misogynistic. I also received a number of emails from residents, many former Monroe graduates, with the same complaints. My comment at the meeting was no comment, which I realized disappointed people, but felt I needed to look into the matter before being able to speak on the issue. Subsequent to the June 10th meeting, I also received a petition containing a few thousand signatures, not all from Monroe, demanding the removal of Mr. Tufano from the board. As board president, I do not have that authority. Only the commissioner can do that, and an ethics violation would have to be filed for that process to begin. In looking at the posts, I found Mr. Tufano's words in too many instances to be vulgar and inappropriate for an elected official, especially a member of the Board of Education. Now for a point of information. There is a 180-day rule, meaning an ethics charge must be filed within 180 days of when such events were made public. Now, many of his posts had no date, or they were over 180 days old, which meant they are non-actionable. I used to think that what board members say or write when not in their official capacity as BOE members is their business. That's true as long as it does not demean or negatively impact the board. That being said, words matter, and Mr. Tufano's hurt and or angered quite a few people, to say the least. His words also reflected poorly on the board, as he even mentioned his board membership on some posts. Our Board of Education does not support the use of inappropriate and or vulgar language or condone racism, bigotry, or misogyny in any form. Recently, 2 cases where board members resigned over racial were in the news. In both cases, the board member resigned. I believe Mr. Tufano should have resigned his position. But in a prior telephone conversation with me, he told me that he refuses to resign. His tone was also unapologetic and defiant. I hope that tone softened as well as that attitude. He was, I'm sorry. So I will now make the following motion. Whereas Mr. Tufano has written hurtful posts using profanity and language unbecoming a Board of Education member. Whereas I'm in receipt of a petition containing a few thousand signatures demanding Mr. Tufano's removal from the board. I now move that the Monroe Township Board of Education denounce Mr. Tufano for his social media posts that caused public emotional stress, pain, as they use vulgarity and or inappropriate to be interpreted to be racist or misogynistic. Furthermore, the board encourages Mr. Tufano to use appropriate words in his dealings with the public as he is an elected official. Continuance of this type of crude, unacceptable behavior while serving on the Board of Education will result in the filing of school ethics charges. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any comments? Concerns?
I have some.
Mr. Nikodinski had his hand up, then I'll call you then.
So what does that actually mean? What are we doing here?
Well, I'm not filing ethics charges because, as I explained with the 180-day rule and etc., but basically we're denouncing his comments, his posts. We're denouncing him for writing those posts. Hopefully that will end and we can move on in a better position.
Steve, could I ask a question?
Well, Ken had his hand up unless he wants
Oh,
relinquishing.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
All right.
no, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say that while I don't agree with the posts, and I read many of those posts, I don't agree that those, with the tenor and some of the words used and things like that. The problem that I have here with this is that we've never taken action before on anyone else. So we've had people in public at our meetings call our members of the public names. We've had text messages about board members that we could prove that were brought up and action was asked to be taken and they were ignored, and things like that. And they were, in some cases, more vulgar and worse. And we've done nothing. So as long, I don't want to be, I don't want to be someone who preaches something and then doesn't follow through, right? So I might be inclined to vote for this, but I'm also inclined to see that we follow up and demand the same things from the others and call them out and have motions that also call out their bad behavior. And if you're willing to do that, Mr. President, I'm willing to join you today. But let's hear it from you first, if you're willing to do that.
All right, let me say that, as I said, I think last month, we were talking about ethics. I think that if mistakes were made in the past, whatever you're referring to, I think from now on, we have to take a solid look at what's going on. And if people are acting inappropriately, it has to be called out.
Well, and just one follow-up, if I may. The things that I've seen posted, right? So there were some arguments recently that I even took umbrage with, but I could tell you that some of the other posts.
And I'm sorry, I couldn't make out what you said. Something happened with the audio.
No, I said there were some recent posts that I was offended by, that Mr. Tufano made, and I've even taken that up with him personally. But some of the posts, the older posts, some of the things that were more vulgar, which I also don't agree with, predate recent instances from other members and from people that are with us now, and we've done nothing. So I would still say that if we're going to take action, we need to take action fully. And I'll vote with you, Steve. I'll do it. I'll be right there by your side. You want to talk about conciliatory acts and working together and things like that, and then you want to single people out. And I get it. I get what you're doing. But we also have to address all bad behavior.
Well, let's say from now on, we'll set that as our goal.
Well, then maybe we should do from now on for everyone. Then, if that's going to be the standard.
Let's hope. Sure. Let's hope that we won't have to do anything from now on. Mr. Tufano.
Yes, one thing I would say is I did look over that petition very carefully, and maybe a quarter of the signatures are from residents of Monroe, and a lot of the signatures are people that I've had political arguments with on Facebook. In today's climate, it's very difficult to have an opinion that differs from other people without them calling you names and labeling you things. And I just want to say one thing. I'm not proud of the words I used. I could have used better words during a phone, but I want to point out that the selective screenshots with no context to them, but whatever fit their needs during this petition, doesn't show the entire argument. One of them, by the way, all of the screenshots that they used in that petition predated my position on the board. I was not a board member at the time of these occurrences. So I don't think that the board has the right to take action on something that was in my life before a board member. Okay, not one screenshot in that petition is current. They're predated 3 to 4 years ago. Those same screenshots, if anyone's paying attention, were used during my bid for election. In the past, I have apologized for those posts. I have proof that if anyone was interested, they would have contacted me and asked me my side of the story, but they didn't. You guys just ran with something a college student, an old alumni person, an alumni student had an argument with me on Facebook. You guys, most of you don't even know what the argument was about, nor was I contacted by anybody on this board to ask my side of the story, which I think should play a huge role in your decision today. I will not be resigning because, like I said, none of those actions happened while I was a board member. While I've been on the board, I've been respectful to the public, especially when it has to do with Board of Ed business. People who know me in the public know I am not a misogynist. I am not a racist. I am none of those things. I would like to say something else. If you cannot have free speech in this country because somebody just disagrees with it, and my family is threatened by that free speech, then my gloves come off. I don't have any respect for anybody from the public who threatens my family. And if you would have looked at the full context of those messages, some of them are private messages, okay? One of the person who I called a very nasty name, and I regret calling her the name, went on social media and told the public that I beat my wife. And my son came home from school after reading that and was crying because he was younger at the time that it happened. Now, I don't know how many of you would act if something like that was said about you in public, something false and heinous like that, but my kids were affected by it. So I did use a word that wasn't very nice. And I was big enough to apologize for that. And I have proof of that if any of you are interested. And like I said, any post I made before this board, before my position on this board, I should not be judged by as a board member. Okay? I've been sitting in a meeting where a member of the public was referred to as a piece of shit. I was in a board meeting where people said they couldn't stand the person on the phone. Everybody has words that they use and sometimes they regret. And like I said, I apologize for all those words and posts that I made prior to being a board member. And nobody on this board, not one person, I'm sorry, Ben reached out to me, and Addie reached out to me, and Michelle reached out to me. All asked me what happened, what's going on, explain yourself. And I did. I've also been, since this petition, on Facebook to explain my position to everybody on Facebook, to which I had a very, very positive response about. So again, all of these allegations were prior to me being a board member, and they were all apologized or explained in detail. That's all I have to say.
Any other board member?
Mr. Rybeck.
Michelle? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I would like to amend, if you would consider amending that resolution to include all people, if we're going to censor someone, all people who have said that kind of thing in the past. I myself, over the years, have been a victim of things. I have not said anything and but in the aggregate, if I put it all together, they're very egregious comments by some members of the staff. And I find it, some of them were even, might have, they might be civil rights violations based on gender. So I've never said anything, but it's appalled me. And I feel as if we're going to single out Mr. Tefano, who I also agree is language that should not be used under any circumstances. But I think there has been egregious behavior that has gone unrecognized, and people dismiss that. So we cannot dismiss one if we want to single out another.
You have a right to, your opinion, and but I have to say I disagree. I think it's important for us to do from now on in the future, not look back years ago. I mean, there are plenty of posts. There are posts from Mr. Tufano while he was a board member, yes. So
like I said, it cannot be a one-way street on this board. Everybody should be held to the same standard.
And that's exactly what I think.
Well, it's convenient. It's convenient not to go backwards.
Well, I don't
just go forward.
I think we need to go forward from here. I think this is look, we have a petition with a lot of names on it.
Can I say something?
Let me just finish. And so I think it's important for us to learn from this and move on. And maybe we won't ever have to deal with this again. And maybe we can start coming together. All right, Mr. Mayo.
Yeah, I mean, we got this petition with a lot of people's signatures, and I understand that some of those signatures were not from Monroe,
Yes.
but people were very upset by this. And Peter said he has apologized, but I think he needs to apologize to the people who have signed this, because they were the ones who are upset by this. We're the example for our children, and, we need to acknowledge our mistakes, and there's no failing in apologizing for a mistake. It really makes you a better human being. And I feel like, the reaction we got from these students to these comments, I just feel like they deserve an apology for all the one who signed the signatures, because they're leading this cause. And I think they deserve an apology from you, Peter. Thank you.
Well, they weren't students, Jill. They were alumni, college students who engaged in adult conversation and didn't like the answers that I gave them. One of them, who started the petition, was online calling prominent members of this community, mothers, wives, fathers, hardworking people, racists, because they didn't agree with her view. And she was thrown off of the page for it. So when she was thrown off the page for it, she went on to Twitter and started this petition because she was angry that I told her that calling people from the community who are not racist is wrong. And that hurt her feelings. And I will not apologize again for stuff that I apologized for 3 years ago. Every single one in her petition that we're speaking of, every single one of her screenshots was from 3 years ago when I was not a board member. And I apologized for them then.
Jill, let me finish.
I understand that, but that still reflects on you today. And now you're elected official.
Okay.
And we need to hold ourselves to a higher standard. And
I'm
so even though
Jill, I'm sorry, please, if you're going to ask a question, please wait for me to call on you just to keep some order. All right, Jill, I'm sorry, you can finish. I didn't mean to interrupt.
So what you said 3 years ago reflects on you today. And a lot of those signatures were from students who are still in the school system. So she may have started it as a former student, and you may not like what she did, but there are other students, current students, who have seen it, and it reflects, even though it happened 3 years ago, it reflects on you today. And I think those students need to see an apology, because they're the ones that were leading, and they're the ones who look to us as leaders, as members of the Board of Education.
Okay. Adi, did you have your hand up before?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, I agree with Michelle and Ken, but there's been other instances, and you can't just pick and choose who you guys want to crucify in public. I mean, what about when Mr. Gorski called somebody a piece of shit in the public? I mean, come on. What about board members attack somebody? Oh, well, I'm not done. Don't
Beg
even.
your pardon, Mr.
I'm
Ryback.
not done.
This gentleman is again violating my rights as an employee here. That the
Right.
incident he's referring to has never been investigated and never happened.
Okay.
Let's focus.
Bring up my
on
name
this
again,
petition.
sir, and I'm going to be at the county office filing charges tomorrow.
No problem. There's other board members that have attacked people from the public with their kids there. Nothing happened. So again, I listen, I agree with what happened. I agree with Michelle and Ken, but you can't just crucify whoever you want right now. You can't pick and choose. So
We didn't start the petition either, and
listen, 95% of the petition was signed out of state or not even people living in Monroe. I saw the petition.
all right, I saw it also. I didn't count it, but let's move on.
Mr. Ryback?
One sec, Mrs. Kalapanovich is waiting, and then Ken, I'll.
Yeah.
Kathy?
So if the petition wasn't created, we probably wouldn't be doing this at all. So I do have a statement that I want to make because there are people who contacted the Board of Education hoping that we would take some kind of an action. And Mr. Ryback said at the last meeting, no, he can't comment. So elected officials are held to a higher standard than members of the public. Unfortunately, they are expected to conduct themselves in an appropriate manner at all times, maintain decorum, and set an example for others. The responsibility of Board of Education members is even higher, as we're supposed to be role models for our children, all of our children. Fighting with others on social media, calling people names, walking out of board meetings when you're unhappy with a decision is not setting an example for children. We have student members on our board, and many young people throughout the community know us and expect us to behave in an appropriate manner. A petition that had over 6,000 signatures was started by our young graduates in our community, and it says a lot about what they expect from us and how we should always conduct ourselves. We can all learn a lot from our younger generation who has high expectation and wish to live in a world that is inclusive to all and treats everyone with dignity and respect, even when you don't agree with their viewpoints. We teach our toddlers and preschoolers coping mechanisms to help them when they are unable to deal with emotions such as anger, frustration, disappointment. We tell them to think before they speak, take a deep breath to calm down, to count to 10, to ask for help from others, to stop and think before making these choices. And the choices that they use would be their words. We also teach them to say, I'm sorry when they have hurt others with their words or actions. But I'm sorry doesn't mean anything if there is a continuation of the bad behavior. Because of your conduct, Mr. Tefano, we have made local, state, and national news, and not in a good way. I hope that you realize how your actions, your words, and your postings affect others. What you do in your home is your own business, but what you do in public and on social media has consequences. And I'm going to end with this. A tongue has no bones, but it is strong enough to hurt someone. Choose your words carefully because words matter.
Okay. Ken, I promised you, and then I'd like to
Yes.
vote. I think we spent enough time on this.
Philip, I totally agree with you. Words do hurt. Like the words that you guys used that divine when you had an illegal meeting with the 6 of you and said things with my daughter present about me. So those words do matter, and you're right about that. And I wish you would apologize for that. Now, we want to talk about petitions, right? We had a petition to sue the state, and we had a number of signatures. That was ignored. We had a petition to save Dr. Kozak and get him a contract. Thousands of signatures. That was ignored. So and now because it's an election year, and you're up, and Mr. Ryback is up, and your friend in public who's running around and doing all kinds of things, and I'm not going to go into that, is running. She's announced that she's running, and so now we're trying a new campaign tactic. I can tell you that I'll vote for this because I think that what was said was wrong, but you were wrong too. and you need to live up to that. So if you want apologies and you want to talk about those things, start at home. Start in your own skin. Thank you.
Mr. Chiarella, if there was if there
Call me a liar again.
All right.
I will tell you, because you don't want to know the truth. And the truth is there was no illegal meeting at the Vine.
6 board members at a restaurant together discussing board business.
We were not discussing board business. We were.
All right.
Mr. Board President,
can I ask,
Mr. Board President, can everybody get a chance to speak, please, instead of somebody monopolizing the entire time here?
Andy, go ahead. And then I want.
Now, Rupa had her hand up for like the last half an hour. You're going back to the same people. Please, let's maintain some quorum here.
Andy, go ahead.
No, Rupa.
No, let Andy go first. That's fine.
No, I really don't have much to say. I mean, it is disappointing. The only point I want to make, Peter, is this is no fun for anybody to go ahead and do this. But at the same time, you know, there are a couple of things here. You know, public made a big deal out of it. And there are people who think that this board is actually pushing this under the carpet and trying to ignore it because of the responses that Steve Ryback gave. And yes, you know, there are 6,000 petitions that have been signed. We're not, you know, I don't think Steve's resolution, if I heard it correctly, is asking you to resign either. Am I correct, Steve?
No, absolutely.
So
No,
do you mind reading that one more time so that I better understand? I didn't know where you're going with it.
I explained why I'm doing what I'm doing. At least I believe I did.
No, what is the resolution that you put together?
I'll read it again, and then I'd like to vote on it. Right? I move Monroe Township Board of Education denounce Mr. Tufano for his social media posts that cause people emotional stress, pain, and they use vulgarity or were interpreted to be racist or misogynistic. Furthermore, the board encourages Mr. Tufano to use appropriate words in his dealings with the public as he is an elected official. Continuance of this type of crude, unacceptable behavior while serving on the Board of Education will result in filing of school ethics charges. All right.
I think the whole thing is denouncing it. I mean, we're certainly not encouraging it, so we got to denounce it. So I don't see a big deal.
Rupa, and then that's it, and we're voting.
Now, I think I was just going to echo a little bit what Andy said, but I have to say, you know, again, listening to the community, listening to so many people out there, it took a lot of courage for those former students to come up, which I commend them for that, because, you know what, I've lived with racism my entire life, from the first day I walked into first grade to this day and age in this community where there's people making racist comments to me, making racist comments to my family, making anti-Semitic comments to my family because I am in a biracial marriage. So I think racism is this is very important, and we have to do something to show our community that we are listening. And they brought this concern up to, and we need to move forward with the motion.
Okay. Did we have a second on this, Mr. Gorski?
Yes, Mrs. Koloponowicz.
Okay, let's vote.
Mr. Chiarella.
Yes.
Mrs. Siegel.
Yes.
Mr. Tufano.
No.
Mr. Tufano, do you want to vote no, or do you want to potentially abstain?
I want to vote no.
So noted. Mr. Rutsky.
Yes.
Mrs. Arminio.
Yes.
Mrs. DeMayo.
No.
Mr. Pelori.
Yes.
Mr. Nikitinsky.
No.
Mrs. Koloponowicz.
Yes.
Mr. Ryback.
Yes.
Mr. Board President, motion passes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ryback, I just have one question. Was that resolution circulated prior to the meeting to other board members?
This is on my report. No, it wasn't.
So you just brought this up tonight? No other board members were aware of it?
Yes.
Oh, because it seems like Kathy Koloponowicz had a prepared statement. That's just my point.
That she read.
I did have a prepared statement because I knew that Steve was going to bring this up. I had not read what he had written, but I knew he was going to make it.
The rest of us didn't know, is what I'm saying. Again, one-way streets.
All right, let's move on.
And I'd like to make a resolution.
No, we're going to other board business. We're finished this, Peter. We'll do.
I'm not allowed to make a resolution, a motion.
You could do it on the other board business. We'll just go to other board business. You'd have an opportunity to do it there.
Okay.
All right. Any board member, or is Mr. Tufano going to go first?
I'm sorry.
All right.
Are we
Right.
under other board business?
Yes.
Yes, that's why I wanted to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we denounce the actions of Rupal, who I am in possession of her calling a member of the public mentally ill and needs to be examined, have a mental evaluation. I think that is disgusting behavior, and I think that she needs to be mentioned and denounced for that.
God.
All right.
Oh God! Oh God! It only affects certain members, doesn't it? So when somebody from the public is called mentally ill and is told that they need a mental evaluation, it's okay, isn't it? Those words hurt her. She's a mother and a wife, and her feelings were hurt.
I got to ask you to stop. You made a motion. Let's go through this. Is somebody moving this?
Mr. Tufano moved the motion.
Okay.
I'd like to ask Mr. Tufano to table that until next meeting.
Can I ask you why?
Yeah, I just don't think, I think it needs to be researched. And
I didn't get any research.
all right,
Not one person on this
just
board. Not one person on this board asked me any questions.
I
The
want
reporter who did the NJ.com never called me back. So I want to afford everyone else on the board the same advantage.
Mr. Tufano, please let me finish this. I'm asking you, please let me finish. This is on your motion. All right. Let's move. Do we have a second?
We don't have a second on the original motion.
I'll second that.
Okay. Comments now.
Yeah, I agree with Michelle that I would like to just see this table so I don't even understand what that is about. I'd like to be able to research that and know what context that was, where it was. I have no idea what we're even talking about at this point.
So, Ken, you want to make a motion to table this? Kathy?
I
No,
did
we
already.
already did.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right.
Mr. Ryback? I just want to be clear, Mr. Chiarella, did you make a motion to table?
No, I did. No, I asked the question. So
Right.
Mr.
I didn't think there was a motion.
Right,
Okay.
so Mr. Chiarella did. I second it.
Is that correct, Mr. Chiarella?
Yes.
Okay, and Mrs. Arminio second.
Yeah.
Okay. Any comments?
That's a priority motion to table.
Yes,
If no
vote.
comments, we're going to go right to roll call.
Okay.
Mr. Letsky.
To
This is a
table.
motion to table the issue raised by Mr. Tufano.
Yes, to table.
Mr. Tufano,
No.
Ms. DeMayo,
Yes.
Mr. Nicotinsky,
No.
Mr. Pelori,
I don't want to table this. No.
Ms. Arminio,
Yes.
Mr. Kolpanowicz,
No.
Mr. Chiarella,
Yes.
Ms. Siegel,
No.
Mr. Ryback.
No.
Noes have it. Motion to table has failed.
All right. So we have a motion on the
Back to the
floor.
original motion on the floor.
Okay. We're up for comments or questions.
Just,
Anybody?
yeah.
Is that Andy? Is that you, please? Andy?
Yes, it is me. It is me, Steve. It's really unfortunate that at 11:17 in an evening, where 400 people are waiting for us to move on to the other stuff, we're talking about the personnel issues, and that includes Peter Tufano. I'm not dismissing that. While we have so many other things to do, and here we are asking this to be tabled, and I wonder why. I wonder why. Whose counsel do those people who wanted to table this need to get before they have a stronger case against somebody to crucify again? You know, we constantly been attacked on the Facebook time and time again for no mistake of ours. They run behind us, put all kinds of wrong posts on it, yet we keep our mouth shut. And you're saying that somebody said something because they attacked them is illegal?
Yeah.
While hold on, Ken. Hold on, Ken. It is equal. What is being tried to portray here is that whatever we're trying to do, what Peter Tufano has done on the line, is very similar to what Rupa Siegel has done by calling somebody. It's apples and oranges. It's more on a mountain. They're completely different. It should not even be talked about in the same breath, in my opinion. So that's the reason I don't think it should be tabled.
Well, it's not being tabled. Ken, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I want to say that, you know, we like to talk out of both sides of our faces, right? So last meeting, we were all outraged about a leak from closed session, and we had to have a motion to spend a lot of money from an attorney to investigate that. I asked at that point what this was about and what it pertained to, and I was told, hey, I don't want to talk about it. And so an investigation took place. Now, I'm not at liberty to say what happened with that investigation, although I believe that the inference was that maybe me or Mr. Tufano or Michelle or Adi were guilty of something, right? And then we can't say anything about it afterward because we want to hide behind the closed session, right? So, Andy, what I'm asking for is for us to use our brains, and before we go and slander somebody or attack somebody or vote for something, I want to know what I'm voting for, and I don't want to walk blindly into something and spend more money that we don't need to spend. Now, I know you're going to try to flip this, and you're outraged last time. We're going to remove board members. We're going to do this and that. Now, all of a sudden, maybe it's about something else. We're you know, I was just trying to bring the board together. I was just trying to heal. I was just trying, whatever. I want information before I vote for anything that anybody's putting up. Thank you.
Mr. Ryback, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Didn't we just vote to not table it?
Yes.
So why are we discussing tabling it?
We're not.
Okay, so
We're
then
not.
I'll call the question and we'll just vote.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, then you call the question. Do we have to vote on that, Mr. Gorski?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir. This is a motion made by Mr. Tufano, seconded by Mr. Nikitinsky, denouncing Rupa for alleging that she made comments about someone's previously mentioned mental health or something like that. Mrs. Kolopanovich.
So we're voting on Mr. Tufano's motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Plori.
I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Mayo.
No.
Ms. Arminio.
Abstain.
Ms. Siegel.
No.
Mr. Chiarella.
Abstain.
Mr. Rutsky.
No.
Mr. Nikitinsky.
Yes.
Mr. Tufano.
Yes.
Mr. Tufano, how do you vote on your motion, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Ryback.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay. I can move on now to the public forum.
I have
No,
one.
there are other board businesses here. The three hands are up there. Yeah, Michelle had her hand up first.
Andy, I see it. Andy, I mean, Michelle, go ahead.
Okay, I just like to point out that tomorrow the planning board will be meeting at 7 o'clock, and the same people who might be interested in our meeting tonight should maybe tune into the planning board meeting. It is also remote. The planning board is going to hear, now the application has been approved to a certain extent, but they are coming to the planning board for additional relief from some ordinances. And I just want to point out to the public, it's about over 900 residential units, 526 will be market rate. I believe that under the pandemic and the strain that Monroe Township residents are in, we should start taking heed of these meetings where when the applicant, although he has approval, the applicant may come and ask for more relief from the township. I think this is a time when we might want to ask our public officials in the municipality to consider different kinds of legislation, that we are under a crisis and that high density development should be reconsidered. I know we have talked about not being able to control an applicant has already had approvals, but I think we are under emergency circumstances and the public has a right because we are paying the price for that. So again, just a notification that the planning board is meeting tomorrow, July 23rd, 7 p.m. And you can go online at the municipality to listen in. And we're talking about over 900 units. But my concern is the 526 units of market rate. And very often the builders are building the market rate first and not really going to the affordable housing, which is the whole reason for all this high density development. So it's just a public, public notice that I want the public to hear. Thank you.
Okay.
Steve?
Anyone else? Mr. Pelori?
Yeah, it's probably going to take a couple minutes, but I'll try to make this quick. This is my position on a few things, but it's more important for the entire board to listen, if you don't mind. I want to wish everybody almost a good night at 11:30. While there are plenty of things to distract us, we need to be steadfast in our role as a BOE members to listen to the general public as address their concerns in this time of great uncertainty. And I say uncertainty not just for the time itself, but our own jobs are uncertain. Our physical health is uncertain. Well-being is uncertain. Economy is uncertain. We're looking at the expenses that the school district is incurring. But not the least is the uncertainty about how we're going to educate our children. There are a number of phone calls that I received from the general public asking for a plan. And I think Dory Alwich, I think you have done a fantastic job with the committee members to kind of give them something to nibble on for now until a solid plan comes in place. So thank you very much. And here are the issues that people are really concerned about. What is a student and teacher experience in our district? You know, whether it's before COVID or after COVID or during COVID, how is the experience of the teacher has been in terms of teaching an environment that we're creating for them? School rankings and the ability of our students to be able to go to the college of their choice. Are we providing those? Offering of courses, you know, we see that a lot of kids trying to get into certain courses that may or may not be available. That's really beneficial for their careers. Passing a balanced resolution. Here we are 3 months after we discussed, we had a BGNT meeting. I don't think we heard that report from Peter yet, but we had almost an hour and a half long BGNT meeting where we discussed about the modular and things like that. You know, certainly that's not in the radar screen right now because of the pandemic that we're going through. But certainly those are some of the things. I honestly believe from my personal and professional expectation is that I think there is a solution that we can find when we put all the numbers together and the needs together between remote learning and everything else, and also provide adequate space on it. You know, we can spend time responding to baseless, personal, hateful, racist, and bullying messages on social media, or focus on the residents of Monroe who elected us to do a job to focus on the kids. Understanding the uncertainties, we do not need to go through a scenario planning exercise, which I believe is what the district is doing. And just being a part of the transportation committee, I can tell you that every topic that Mr. Maralda brought up, with 10 people on the membership, every one of them had an idea that's different than the next person, and you just built on it. So we have 6,998 students as of June 30th in the district, and I'm sure every parent want to have a say in how to transport their child and the educational needs of them, which is completely understandable, and we should give them an opportunity to express that and embrace if there is anything that comes from them. As far as the board is concerned, I said this, unfortunately, maybe right now it may not even sound right, but I'm going to say this: we need to heal. And we can have difference of opinion about things. We may not agree on everything, but I think we need to agree to disagree and move on rather than holding it and showing our anger in public. I request the parents and residents who are watching this to really be active to see that anybody who's intentionally dividing this board is taken to the task. There are a few people in the community who go out of their way to do something harm to this board from functioning the way it's intended to function. So here's a line that I heard: no mortality, but only legality, because everybody wants to cover themselves legally, but they're not accountable from a moral perspective. To me, both of those are just as important, and I think we need to do that. And I'm not going to get into, because we beat this up into death, but all I can say to those of you who ask me if I support Peter Tufano's behavior and the use of language, I will tell you unequivocally that I do not approve of it, and you have seen that today, that majority of the board does not approve of it either. Let me conclude my statement by addressing very important but very positive thing. I'm so proud of the emerging unified voice of our young adults in Monroe. Most of them graduated from Monroe School District. I'm so proud of their core beliefs. I'm so proud of their conviction to fight. I'm so proud of their unwavering passion, and I'm so proud of their ability to call out when they see something wrong. If this is what we have in store for Monroe, we're in good hands, and we'll be rest assured for it. I attended 3 of the 4 in-person graduations. I attended the wave-by graduation at the high school as well. And I'm proud that I saw the proud and confident look on every single student who walked by. At the gratified parents, there was a talk about we're not going to approve of having a in-person graduation. That was never even discussed on the board. That's been put out in the social media. Please don't believe in social media. Get your facts straight. And I'm so happy to see that. The last point I want to say is, given the opportunity that I have with the Middlesex County Community College to serve as a trustee, I consider this a great opportunity to see how I can build a bridge between Monroe Township School District and the Middlesex County Community College to see how we talk to the teachers, talk to the students, talk to the parents, and see if there's any specific courses or kind of interactive learning process that we can bring together. And I already spoke to Dr. Alwick to provide me with some statistics to see how we can provide that. So with that, I'm open for any time anybody have any suggestion, if there's anything I can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy.
Yeah. I have a motion. As a Board of Education that is elected by the people of Monroe Township, we have a duty to be transparent and to demonstrate that the act is the best interest of our community. With that said, I want to make a motion to release the findings of the investigation done by the law firm we hired that sparked by Mr. Pelori, who claimed that he read something on Facebook that he felt was against the ethics code for Board of Ed member. We have all read the findings of the law firm, and knowing that there's a conclusion was, there is nothing that I see confidential and nothing that should be kept a secret for the public. Doing so only continues to increase the distrust and the public has for this board and only hurts our district. So I make a motion to release the findings.
Well, okay, seconded. I'm going to come up with a comment that we have attorney-client privilege and we cannot release that information. That's my comment. Well, that's my comment. That's my opinion. Michelle?
Mr. Pelori made an allegation in public, so we should put out the findings in public. The taxpayers paid for it.
What we're talking, that was before the attorney was hired. Now it's confidential. I'm going to move on. Michelle has a, excuse me.
I believe the attorney said as a board, we can choose to waive the attorney-client privilege. So in an effort for transparency, I would certainly, there's nothing incriminating or confidential in here. And as a board, as a unit, we can waive the attorney-client privilege, and I would support that.
I think he said he didn't recommend it either because of that, but.
He might not have recommended it, but it is our opportunity. We have the ability to waive.
He wouldn't recommend it. All right, Kathy, you had your hand up.
No, I was just going to say, we just need to vote on it. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, let's vote. Mr. Gorski.
Let me clarify.
Yeah,
exactly
let's be transparent now.
What notes are we really talking about putting out there? I'm definitely missing something here. What are we talking about releasing?
What we talked about in closed
The summary.
session. We can't do that. It's attorney-client privilege.
You're telling the public you don't want to be transparent.
I'm telling the.
And they paid for it. They paid for this.
And they paid for it, exactly. They paid for it.
Yeah, we went through this with the Wiener. Listen, one at a time, please. We went through this with the Wiener Group ad nauseum. It's the same thing. We're not going to do this. We'll vote, but it's wrong to do this. It's illegal to do this. So
no, sir.
Steve, it's not illegal, actually.
You can't misrepresent, Steve.
It's not illegal.
Well, it's the attorney-client privilege, and we'll advise.
Which we paid for.
We went through this, Adi. We went through this with the Wiener, and then we spoke about this already. So I'm surprised you're bringing it up.
Steve, may I say something?
I'm going to move on. Andy?
Yeah, I think the Wiener.
Motion in a second. We need to vote.
There's a discussion.
Relax.
I thought we finished.
Don't tell anybody to relax. The Wiener report had some unintended consequences if it became public. I fail to understand what is it that we need to keep this report confidential. Because I think they did a thorough investigation, came back, they said what they said, and I'm not seeing anything that needs to be kept confidential. Either I'm going to abstain because maybe, just like Ken said, maybe I don't have enough information I thought the report was pretty thorough. I don't think there's a reason.
Well, the Wiener report I'm talking about right now, it's not the Wiener report. He's referring to something else.
I understand, but I'm saying that the Wiener report was not released because there was a reason why we did not want to release it.
Because it was attorney-client privilege.
Privilege, and there's some unintended consequences down the road that would be responsible of the board to release it.
Well,
I don't know if this has the same implications is what I'm saying, Ken, saying Steve.
2 attorneys told us not to. You want to speak again to the attorneys, but I think right now we have to vote on Adi's motion. So let's, Jill, and I'd like to vote. We have a lot of people waiting. 25 to 12.
I want to know exactly what we're releasing.
Mr. Ryback, sir, the motion's unclear. Is it to release the report? I've heard different comments here on this.
To release a 7-page report that we received.
Mr. Ryback, I caution you on that because as board secretary here for a long time, I've heard from every single attorney that has rendered advice to this board that waiving the attorney-client privilege puts the board at very high risk.
And that's what I've heard also.
And every board member very strongly against doing that.
I have to caution the board. Mr. Gorski's 100% right on this. Every attorney we spoke to said it's attorney-client privilege. Can't do it. So let's vote.
Mr. Pelori. Mr. Pelori, how do you vote, sir?
I'm going to abstain because I'm not sure on this.
Mrs. Arminio.
Yes.
Mrs. DeMayo.
No.
Mr. Nicotinsky.
Yes.
Mr. Chiarella.
Yes.
Ms. Koloponowicz.
No.
Mr. Rutsky. Mr. Rutsky, sir, how do you vote?
Yeah, I think I'm going to abstain because I'm just not sure.
Ms. Siegel.
No.
Mr. Tefano.
Yes.
Mr. Ryback.
No.
Mr. Ryback, motion fails.
Okay. Any other board business? Mrs. Koloponowicz.
Yes, because we've been talking about using words today, and I think using words should apply to everybody and in every situation, because some words are just so harmful to other people, and we sometimes just let them go and let people think that it's okay. So I want to make the following statement. As elected officials, we very rarely hear from the public about all the great things we do in our school district. For instance, no one comes and talks about our curriculum. Why? Because it continues to exceed the state standards. We do, however, hear from those who don't agree with our philosophies and decisions we make. Most of the time, we take the high road and ignore the comments and postings that are out in the community. You don't like our decisions? That's fine. You don't like our policies? That's fine. You don't like our appointments or approvals? That's fine. You don't personally like us? That's fine. But sometimes things are said that cross the line and cannot be ignored. Recently, a post on social media called 6 members of this board a racist, corrupt gang of 6. So I wish to respond to that post. First of all, we are not a gang. In short, a gang is a group of individuals banding together, engaging in illegal activity. There's no illegal activity going on. We're 6 members of an organization that tries to do what's best for kids. If you don't agree with us, that's fine. Being corrupt is a willingness to act dishonestly in return for money or personal gain. A morally corrupt person is someone who, in their own mind, has justified an act that is evil. If there was any shred of evidence that any of us has been corrupt, we would have been brought up on charges in a second. Third, a member of the public has posted that the Monroe Township Board of Education is the definition of racism and has called the board president a cancer that needs to be removed. You don't like someone, so you call them names? That makes you a bully. Apparently, calling someone racist, corrupt, a gang, a cancer is totally acceptable, but calling someone goofy is a major crime in this district. I've personally been called a racist because of a post on social media, supposedly written by the business administrator, saying I was working with a past attorney on the board to get rid of 3 African-American employees in our district. There is no authenticity to that post. We do not know who wrote the post, who it was sent to, the date it was written. Was it a text? Was it an email? And I know that no attorney should risk their license to help one person get rid of an employee. That post could have been written by anyone. We know there are apps to do that. There is no shred of evidence that the business administrator wrote that post other than people on social media saying he did. Every person on this board knows that one person cannot remove an employee, hire an employee, or non-renew an employee. That can only be done by the whole Board of Education and not one person. Each of us has a vote, and it takes 6 votes to approve. The only person the board has the authority over is the superintendent. Otherwise, the superintendent is the only person who can make a recommendation to hire staff, and board members can support or not support the recommendations made by the superintendent. Any member of our staff has the right to resign or retire at any time. So saying that I am responsible for people leaving our district is totally inaccurate, and that's been on Facebook. The intentional lies, misinformation, and especially the name calling posted on social media has got to stop by everybody. Personally, it doesn't matter how you feel about me. I'm always prepared. I do my research. I come to meetings on time, follow attorney advice, work with school boards, and take education classes. You may not always agree with my decisions, and that's fine. But as an unpaid elected official, I do my best to make the important decisions needed to move our district forward. And I know this is true for the other members of the supposedly gang of 6. I know some of you won't like this statement, and you're entitled to your opinion. But the 6 of us are not racist. We're not corrupt. We're not a gang. We're not a cancer that needs to be removed. We're just members of a Board of Education trying to do what's best to educate our children. And that concludes my statement.
Okay. Considering the hour, and a lot of people are waiting, I'd like to move to the public forum now. Elliot, we have anyone from the public you could speak on any topic, not necessarily on the agenda, just we need your name, your address, and you'll have 4 minutes.
Yes, we do, Mr. Board President. The first person on the list is Betty. Please announce your address, and also please lower your hand when you're done. Thank you.
Hi, 2 Barrymore Drive. I'm the leader of CPAG, and I have some questions with regard to the opening that have come to me tonight from some CPAG parents. First of all, Dr. Alvick, Dr. Lehman, I just want to say that I don't envy you. You are in a very impossible situation right now. No matter what we decide for September, half the town is probably going to be really angry at you, but thank you for the amount of hours and work that you're putting in. We appreciate that. The first question is, with regard to the preschool, do we have any plan on that? Because we do have preschool disabled programs. That's number 1. And number 2, did we understand correctly that you are putting all of the special education children in one building? And number 3, with regard to the teachers, did we understand that all of the special ed teachers will be teaching every day, but not all of the general education teachers? But before you answer all that, I just want to point something out because I'm a little upset, and I had some personal questions, but I'll email them to you. That we just made a public spectacle is a really big disappointment, and that we targeted one person. I think all of you need to be held accountable for your actions, every single one of you. It's nice to hear speeches, But I was personally there when a member of our public was verbally attacked by 4 of you, Mrs. Kolopanowicz, Mr. Rutsky, Ms. Siegel, and Mr. Pelori. My children were there. This other mother's child was there. I asked you, Mr. Pelori, and you, Mrs. Kolopanowicz, I interceded and I said, please stop. This is not appropriate. And until our director of security got involved, nothing happened. So for you to sit here and judge another member of the Board of Ed, and I don't always agree with the way Pete says things or the things that he says, but I think you should all be helpful. And, you know, you keep saying it, Mrs. Kolopanowicz, that, well, we're public officials, we have to take it, but you don't take it sometimes and you let things get personal. So I think if we're going to start to look forward, then you need to take that into account. And you need to kind of just rethink as a group, what is in the best interest of our students and our residents? Because right now, what just happened and the amount of time wasted on this, when you have, I don't know, hundreds of people, I'm assuming, waiting to figure out what are we doing to educate our children in September is inexcusable. Mr. Tufano, I apologize to you on behalf of the citizens of Monroe. Again, I don't always agree with the way you say things, but what just happened today was clearly a witch hunt. And if I were just logging into this meeting for the first time, I could tell you exactly who is running for a seat today. That's all I have. And Dr. Alvick, Dr. Lehman, once again, thank you so very much for all your hard work. If you could just answer those questions that some of the parents sent to me about the special ed opening for September, understanding that nothing is set in stone. Thank you.
Mr. Evan?
Yes, go ahead.
We are actually looking at preschool today. We were starting to look at that. So there is no determination about the preschool yet. We're looking at each individual class and what would work best for the students in those classes. So there's no decision on that. No, at no time was it said that all the special ed students would be in one building. No, they'll be in their home buildings where they would normally hold their classes, just like every other, any regular school year. And the teachers teaching every day. All the teachers will be teaching every day, but some of them will be teaching half of their class on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, and the other half of their class on Thursdays and Fridays. Final schedules have not been completed yet, but that's what we're looking at. I hope that answered your questions.
Elliot, anybody else?
Yes, we do, Mr. Board President. We have Jill Brostol. Jill, please say your address into the microphone. Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Brian Brostol from 43 Inverness Court. And I'm happy that we're going to take a minute to focus on students and teaching and learning. I have 3 questions for the administration. The first is that you've only provided an in-person program for 25% of the students at the high school. And I'm curious about the remaining 75% of the students with respect to chances for a more robust in-person high school program. My second question is that I did participate in a parent survey in about a month ago or a few weeks ago. You did not report the parent survey results in your presentation tonight. And I'm interested if you did publish the results somewhere else. And if you did, if you could just report what were the results of your survey for the high school parents. And my third question is with respect to athletics. You don't have an in-person program for 100% of the students at the high school, but you appear to be all in on athletics in examining your statements. And I'm hoping that you can explain your thinking and how you plan to transport all of the children that participate in athletics to school so they can participate and so the district can prove that they believe in equity and access for everybody. Thank you.
Dr. Alvin?
Yep. So yes, you're correct. There's about 25% of the high school students will be in. As we open up more, we'll be able to bring more students in, or even looking at specific things like science labs or that type of thing. But with our numbers at the high school, yes, it's 25% of the high school students right now. The rest of the students will be working virtually. The parent survey was not published. The results were not published out, but the results were shared with all of the committee members. So the committee members did use them and did review them as they were looking at that. I will look into publishing them. I'm not sure if they're in that type of a format that it would make a lot of sense to just publish them out to the public, but I can look into doing that. And athletics, we're still looking at that. I mean, there's so many questions up in the air about athletics. And I was made aware tonight that I think there's already some a school district in Middlesex County that has canceled their fall season. So, you know, athletics is still up in the air. So one of the things that we have talked about is the transportation, because if the teams are playing games, we're going to have to figure out a way to transport them. With our students being on a half-day schedule, we'll be able to have buses available in the afternoon, so that will help us with that process.
Okay, thank you. We have another resident.
Yes, we have Danielle Voigt. Danielle, please state your name and your address. Thank you very much. Danielle?
Hi. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Danielle Voigt, 3059 Englishtown Road. I actually run a small education facility, Heroes Academy, in town, and a majority of my students are also attending at.
I'm sorry, Danielle, you're breaking up. Elliot, can we get some better reception for her? I can't understand what she said. It's all broken.
Danielle, can you go closer to your network router, perhaps in your house, if you're connected to that?
I'm going to try using the built-in mic.
Okay.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Danielle Voigt, 3059 Englishtown Road. I run Heroes Academy, a small education facility in town, and a majority of my students are attendees at Monroe Township Public Schools. According to your bond presentation in March, the MJ DOE capacity for your schools is about 3,600. To actually fit kids based on COVID standards, based on social distancing of putting kids in classes about 6 feet apart, you can really only accommodate about half of the students. Putting my classrooms together for this upcoming year, I figured out that it's nearly impossible to fit more than 50% capacity in those social guidelines, which means that according to your capacity in your schools for K through 8, you can really only house about 1,800 students to meet those COVID distancing guidelines. What are your plans in terms of allowing social distancing in the classroom, or will the students be required to wear masks all day?
Dr. Alvick?
So we are in the process. Again, this is a plan in process. We are in the process of actually measuring all of our classrooms right now and looking to see exactly how many students can fit into each of our rooms. We have different size classrooms in different schools depending on when they were built. So that actually depends on the class sizes. The other piece is offering the full remote option will help with that. So we had, based on that survey that was just mentioned a little while ago, we had about 30% of our students, of our parents who responded to the survey, and we had, Dr. Lehman, was it over 5,000 responses? Yeah, 5,000 responses to that survey. So we had a good majority of our families respond. 30% of that 5,000 said that they would take a remote option. So we're going to have to look at our schedules as we get that information back from parents of who opt out.
Thank you, Dr. Harvard. Elliot, we have next person?
Yes, Mr. Board President, we have Gurpreet Singh. Gurpreet, please state your name and address.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Gurpreet Singh, and I'm a resident of Belmont Court, Monroe Township.
Hi,
and I have a statement to make. The statement is, the kids, while growing up in their formative years, not only learn through formal education, but they learn a lot from the environment around them. If we expose the kids to an environment where bullying, misogyny, and racism are permitted, the kids might think it's all right for them to act the same way. Every member of the community should consider this fact before they conduct themselves in public. The burden is even greater for publicly elected officials to conduct themselves with decorum. If some member falls short of this behavior, First of all, they should publicly apologize for their behavior and then self-reflect how to improve on it. They should also take responsibility and step down from public office. The argument that I made horrible, nasty comments before I was a board member is simply laughable. Calling Attorney General of New Jersey Turban Man, telling a person of Muslim faith to get the F out of this country. How is this not racist? You all board members explain to me. I have been a victim of Mr. Tufano's bullying just few months back, just because I hold a different opinion than him. And I have screenshots to prove it. In one instance, I reminded him that Mr. Tufano is a Board of Education member and you should know better. And he still proceeded to insult and demean me. This is the only way our system should work. And we should have zero tolerance towards bullying, racism, and misogynistic behaviors. And I demand as a resident of this town that Mr. Tufano step down. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Elliot, next person, please.
1 second, Mr. Board President. Mr. Board President, we have Kara Judge. Kara, you're up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Hi, this is Kara Judge from 2 Carnegie Street. My comment is regarding mostly the high school plan for students. First of all, I appreciate all the work that was done. I know this is not easy in planning as we go forward, but I'd also like to just state that the American Academy of Pediatrics, the AAP, is encouraging schools to have all students physically present. It states that remote learning poses major social and educational risks for all students. So how does this plan meet the majority of high school students' needs? I feel the district is somewhat circumventing this guideline. And I think the guideline was meant for all students, and I don't feel that my kids needs will be met with this plan.
Dr. Alvick, you want to respond to that?
I'm aware of that guidelines, but in order for us to offer our schedule, there was no way to do that. We would have to severely limit the schedule of the students in order to bring them into the schools.
All right, thank you. Next person, please.
Mr. Board President, we have Lawrence Liu. Lawrence, please state your address and name.
Brandon Avenue. First, I have a question about the school reopening. I want to ask about I might have missed it already, but I wanted to ask what options there are for people who want to have fully online. My second statement is that while I'm happy that Tufano has been officially denounced, and frankly the accusations that this is only being done because it's voting season, those are irrelevant. Tufano's racist comments, such as calling the coronavirus the China virus, are not how an elected official should behave. I hope that he will watch his mouth in the future, because as an elected official, he is being watched and looked to as an example. But judging from his behavior, his childish behavior for refusing to acknowledge his mistakes and trying to justify them, I feel as though we will be coming back to this topic in the future. That's my statement. And I'm frankly disappointed that the Board of Education can't seem to figure out what to do about this. However, I would still like my first question to be answered, please.
Okay, Dr. Albert.
Yeah, on Monday, the governor did announce that we would be able to offer a fully remote option. And we were expecting guidance from him by Friday. So I do not have an answer of what that will. We've been working on it. We know what it's going to look like in Monroe, but I can't offer it yet until I see the full guidance from the state. Okay, that information will go out next week to the parents about that option and the transportation opt-out.
Thank you, Dory. Next person, please.
Mr. Board President, we have Ghazala Bora. Ghazala, please state your name and address. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. This is Ghazala Bora, 1 Miko Drive, Monroe Township.
Good evening, Ghazala.
I would like to start by saying that I had the pleasure of listening in to the curriculum committee meeting today evening, and the presentation that Mr. Zach Merolda made was really awe-inspiring. I'm a percussion parent myself, but how he presented, giving the facts of about how the middle school percussion program is one of the best in the country. It made me feel really proud. I would like to give Mr. Yale Snyder a big shout out for his above and beyond dedication to the students. And I would also like to give Mrs. Liz Brewster of the MTMS BSA a shout out for for advocating for the Percussion Symphony After School Club, which helped these students immensely. So thank you for providing this program, and I hope the board will unanimously vote for the honors percussion program. It will help ensure that all the hard work these students are putting in middle school will continue in high school, and they won't drop out as typically some students have in the past. The second thing that I wanted to talk about is something that if at the end of when I'm done, hopefully Dr. Alvish can address. When we went into remote learning in spring, instruction was not standardized because teachers barely had any time to prepare. I'm hoping, given that the complete online option has been made available by the state, and there are chances that every time a case comes up, we will go completely online. I'm hoping that the teachers will be given some time to prepare. Some of the districts are giving them the first 2 weeks to prepare for it. So I'm hoping Monroe can put that into the plan so that there is standardized instruction. I have kids in middle school and high school, and I also had kids in elementary, and I could see that because of there not being any standard the learning was very different. So I'm hoping the district can work towards that. And lastly, I would like to address something that I sent an email to all the board members, and this is about our expectations as taxpayers of what the elected Board of Ed members are expected to do. I sent an email with 2 questions, and I'm going to read that out real quick. The 2 questions were, as a Board of Ed member, when you are asked to vote on a new hires contract or a contract renewal of a district employee who has a public record of ethics violations as per state of NJ board policies, one that was settled in court with a consent decree, would you agree to the employment or contract renewal knowing the said person was in clear violation? Would you knowingly vote yes? And the second was that as a Board of Ed member, if you found out that you were not informed about the ethics violation of a district employee whose contract you voted yes on, would you question the superintendent about it? Would you feel a responsibility to the taxpayers to investigate this further and push for amends? I have not received a response to these 2 questions, and I would like to put this out here in a public meeting because I feel like all taxpayers are entitled, and there is only a yes or no answer to both these questions. And typically for all elected officials, the answer to both these questions would be, the first question would be that they should not knowingly vote yes. And if they did vote yes unknowingly, they should be questioning it. Thank you for your time.
I want to respond to that, Guzzola, because she wrote to me. The only one who could speak for the board is the board president. I responded that I thought your 2 questions were speculative, number 1, and that were a veiled attempt to speak about a topic that was a personnel topic that we're not going to be speaking about. And I was not going to be addressing this any further. And you said you were going to take it someplace else. Well, you have that right. Time's up. Let's go to someone else.
Mr. Board President, we have Sonia Nair. Sonia, please state your name and address. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Sonia Nair. I'm at 39 Muirfield Boulevard. So I'd like to state one thing before I ask my question. Honestly, when I joined this call, I was expecting a plan, to hear a plan from our board members, our community leaders. Those are you guys. And here I am after we go over the plan, and I hear that you guys are arguing with each other. It's nothing short of embarrassing, honestly. It is shameful that somebody in the board member will portray such behavior against normal people. You guys are officials. You're leading our children, and you have to lead by example. It's embarrassing. Anyway, that's just something that I felt during this call. Second point that I want to find out, if you guys are planning to enhance the remote learning program As a concerned parent, I would probably opt to do that for my children. So I need to understand before we make that educated decision if that program is being enhanced, if Google Classroom is going to be the only way to deliver materials and assignments, and what's really happening in that section of learning. Are you guys going to be enhancing, maybe use a proper online system, or spending time and effort on enhancing the same, and also supporting the teachers to do the same?
Dr. Albert?
I'm actually going to refer this to Dr. Lehman because he's been working on this mostly with his teaching and learning committee. So the answer to your question is yes, we are absolutely going to be enhancing the remote learning part. So I will let Dr. Lehman kind of share some of his plans and what he's been working on.
Yeah, so we're rebranding our virtual instruction, 100% remote instruction, as the eFalcon program. So we're looking for, almost exactly like you said, an enhanced remote learning experience. We're looking for virtual instruction based on a predetermined schedule. A lot of the feedback we got was it was very difficult to kind of manage and have set times for teachers and students to interact with each other. So a lot of the feedback we received, and this is driving the daily schedule creation, is kind of having predetermined times and schedules to do that. There's a lot of feedback regarding small group and breakout group sessions. So that's another thing that we're focusing on in this eFalcon program. The curriculum will be the same as the in-person curriculum or the hybrid curriculum. We have professional development plans for the staff, focusing on student and teacher relationships from a distance, engaging students from a distance, helping assist them develop student-to-student relationships at a distance. We have a lot of the work that we'll be doing coming up in the month of August. We'll be focusing on feedback, assessment, and grading, and how that would look like in a remote environment relative to the hybrid environment or an in-person environment. We are going to standardize the learning program. Google Classroom will be the K-8 program in terms of exchanging documents and posting assignments. Schoology will be the 9 through 12 program. Like I said, we worked on, in terms of managing and accessing our digital and web resources. We're going to put into place the Clever program. It's something that we reported out on earlier in terms of simplifying and managing online and digital resources. And some of the things we are already, we're doing all that already, but we're bringing some teachers on board this summer, specifically right now, K-5 teachers, to pre-organize and plan out kind of quick access materials from our curriculum documents and from our digital resources that will assist teachers, because we know, especially the hybrid teachers, they're going to be teaching the students in front of them, but they also have half their classes at home. And how do we help them engage those students while their students are, the at-home students are at home while they're teaching their students in front of them. So group of teachers that we'll be working through the month of August with our curriculum supervisors will kind of lay out some of that. And part of that is scope and sequencing, chunking activities, prioritizing things that are going to be taught. So we have a lot of things that are in process, a lot of things to do, but the remote piece is definitely not what everyone experienced. And I think there were people that had really positive experiences in the spring, and there are people that had a lot of feedback to give us. So we're drawing on that feedback. We're going to build on the strengths and positive things that we experienced in the spring, but this fall program is something different. And that's our goal, to improve what we kind of built as we were going through it in the spring. We have an opportunity to catch our breath. It will continually be a work in progress, but we definitely have some good feedback from both teachers, staff, parents, students that we will put in action.
Thank you. Next person.
Mr. Board President, we have Saba Yasmin. Saba, please state your name and address. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Saba Yasmin, and I live at 11 Gloria Lane. I have two questions and one comment, which I just like to get through, and then I would love to hear the response. So my first question is about some instances of worrying conduct with respect to the responsibility I believe board members have to be informed of the law or to consult the board attorney when they are not. So these instances are all relating to the ethics violations of Mr. Michael Gorski, which are now public knowledge and are as follows. So to the first point, which is the most recent point, board member Kathy Kopwanowicz commented on the text messages she's referencing. There's a consent decree which states in relevant part number 1 that the conduct described here and shown in appendices, text, emails, etc., are admitted to by the signer of the consent decree. As far as I'm aware, that means that the person who signed the consent decree accepts the legality of that record. Next, he clearly didn't offer an alternative affidavit claiming he has text messages to the contrary. The people providing these messages swore to their authenticity and subjected themselves to search and confirmation. In the second instance, Dr. Alvich, in an email to me, stated word for word the following: I will not comment on personnel matters that are confidential per state law. The state law I assumed she was referring to was a personnel exception in the Open Public Meeting Act. I have since then clearly pointed out that the exception does not apply to the ethics violations at hand and are as interpreted by the New Jersey Supreme Court in Payton versus New Jersey Turnpike Authority. The citation for that, if anyone wants to look it up, is 148 NJ 524. The relevant pages are 557 and 559. I'm further aware that my research is more likely correct than not because I sent an OPA request to both Dr. Alvich and Mr. Gorski asking for any meeting minutes of closed sessions or personnel committee meeting minutes, which I knew or suspected based on open meeting minutes that the contract was being discussed. So that OPA request was not denied. Mr. Gorski said that there were no records of the discussions of his violations at all, which, seems fishy to me since the public has questioned those allegations in those meetings. In any case, it's clear that those records could not be denied under the personnel exception, making my research likely correct. This research was disseminated to Dr. Alvich and the rest of the board in a subsequent email. All board members had constructive awareness of it. After my email, you, Mr. Ryback, emailed another resident who was asking these questions, saying that the OPMA was a reason, the personnel exception was a reason you couldn't answer her questions. And you even said you are not a lawyer in that email. At this point, you were constructively aware, please let me finish, constructively aware of this exception. So my question to all of you and district employees are you consulting the board attorney when questions of a legal nature arise or not? Why are you not copying the board attorney on emails or exchanges with questions of a legal nature? What possible reason could you have to guess at legality when the board attorney's position as an in-house attorney is to remove those doubts and represent the Board of Education in such matters? My second question is related to a screenshot I'm in possession of from a Facebook page that is not accessible to all residents. I know this because I requested access and have been denied, for which I have proof with timestamps. And on this page, board member Kathy Kopwanowicz posted information about running for the Board of Education, and she gave a lot of detailed information to someone named Anastasia about how to run and timelines for applying. What possible reason could you have for posting important information meant to increase access to the democratic process on a page that's blocked from some members of the public? Why are board members willing to discuss that information and answer important questions about the democratic process in a forum that all residents have limited access to? It seems like this Facebook page allows those lucky residents allowed into it to have privileged access to board members' thoughts and advice in their capacity as board member, as there was no disclaimer in this post that said she wasn't acting in that capacity. The unique ability to ask people questions the rest of us cannot see or respond to is kind of a little messed up to me. And additionally, that's the page that Ms. Siegel made an ableist comment, which I believe was an ableist comment. And I also have to say, the fact that Mr. Pelori and Ms. Siegel and other people are talking about how the board or the public should be polite to them, I understand.
You have 4 minutes.
Go ahead. No, that's good. I'm all right. That's enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next person, Elliot.
Yes, Mr. Board President, we have Charles DiPiero. Charles, please state your name and address. Hello, Charles, are you there? All right, Charles doesn't appear to be there. We're going to go to Jay Albison. Jay, please state your name and address.
It's John Elbason, 8 Belmont Court. There's a lot to unpack tonight. I think we've all been patiently glued to the commentary. I don't wish to unpack a lot of the social commentary. I want to focus on the children. We have a month plus left before we send thousands of kids to formative education, something we've all had the privilege of attending and becoming awfully successful in to be on these calls. These children need our guidance. Dr. Alvich, I don't envy your Herculean task. I think you're doing a tremendous service to this community, and I applaud you for you and your team's efforts. We want to be helpful and a partner with you in getting these students educated, not just baseline, but exceeding, because that's the kind of township we all wish to have. I have new children entering the school district this fall. My son graduated. He went on to a great university because of Monroe Township High School and the school district. My 2 new kids are going to be entering 1st grade. So this is very real to us. I've had to debate for the first time in my life if I should send my kids to private school or public. I'm a byproduct of tremendous public schools. My kids have been a byproduct. This is the first time I've had to debate this question. And so synchronous education is very important to me. Making sure that when the kids are home, that they have great instructors, the quality instructors that we have, physically in front of them through virtual learning is paramount. And so what I would encourage Dr. Alvich is that maybe you could create a model document for each age group that highlights how a student will go through a week learning in a remote learning environment, so that as parents, we can model to our kids before school starts what the expectations are going to look like. Because you're right, springtime was haphazard. We all agree it was, we all took a learning curve on that and we all accepted it. But guidance is telling us that the fact of the matter is coronavirus may be here to stay and COVID-19 derivatives may be here to stay, and it may not be eradicated at all. And therapeutics may keep things at a minimum, which is great, but this may become the new normal. And the other thing that I would just stress to this group, because I think this group can work together, is that you all have been very good at reacting to events and bringing change to the environment. But we also have some long-term issues that need to be addressed. It's finally coming to roost that we don't have capacity in this town. We don't have capacity to safely educate thousands of kids. People are rushing into the suburbs. More and more houses are going to be built. We're not going to stop it. It's progress. But we need to have schools that can accommodate the safety and well-being of our children. And so I just urge and implore this committee to put into hyperdrive the need to explore the expansion of schools, because I don't believe this is a fall, spring 21 issue, and then we're in the clear. I think this is a new normal. We have to accept it. We have to expand our schools. We have to realize that hybrid education is here to stay. And we have to also work with our teachers. And the other thing I haven't heard tonight is our teachers. We shouldn't just assume that our teachers can safely come into these schools. They're human beings. They're high risk, many of them. They're very carefully weighing their options. And so I hope, and I trust we are, that we're working closely with our teachers to make sure that they have the necessary safety and precautions. Because frankly, this would all be for naught if all of a sudden our prize teachers fall ill to this virus because we haphazardly did things. So while we're talking about the students tonight, I think we should also bring the voice of the teachers, and we should all work towards building a better Monroe because of this. So from this calamity, we should improve. So that's my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Next person, Elliot.
Yes, Mr. Board President, we have Christine Skirby. Christine, please announce your name and address. Thank you very much.
Hi, Chrissy Skirby, 21 Preakness Drive. I have a couple of questions that you can answer at the end. One thing, Ms. Kalpanowicz said in one of the committee meetings that the Falcon Care program is going to be expanded. I want to know how that is going to be taken care of. Are these going to be kids going 5 days a week? Is it just when they're in school?
Mrs. Skirby, I'm sorry for interrupting. You're breaking up. Can you maybe talk closer or something? It's just...
I want to know about the Falcon Care program and the expansion. I would also like to know how the career.
Elliot, know what happened?
No, I can't hear her. Do you want me to just pause her and we'll go back to her?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Skirby, are you there? Okay, I'm going to pause her and we'll go back.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go to Sarah Aziz. Sarah, please state your name and address.
I'm sorry, I didn't request to speak.
Sarah, if you could kindly just put your hand down. Thank you very much. Okay, we have Christine. Christine, can you please state your name and address?
Hi, that means me. My name is Christine Menino. I'm at 1057 Morning Glory Drive. The first thing I wanted to say is just a comment, and then I actually had two questions regarding the remote learning option. I have a 7-year-old child here. I have spent the last 7 hours here listening to you guys. I started at 5:30 for the curriculum meeting. I've been ignoring my daughter for the last 7 hours because I wanted to get some information, and I don't personally feel like I've gotten anything out of this. I feel like I have more questions than answers, and I have spent a lot of time listening to a bunch of grown adults bickering, name calling, going back and forth about Facebook posts, who's a racist, who's a misogynist, and it is frankly appalling. Parents are sitting here for 7 hours because we want answers about our children. You have 7,000 students who need to return to school who have not seen the inside of a classroom since March, and you're sitting here bickering with one another about Facebook posts. I am in many of these online forums. I see the questions, I see the fighting, I see the nastiness, I see the commentary by people who are now pretending to be innocent. I have been involved in many of these conversations, but the difference here is that I am not a school board member. I am just a concerned parent. As a school board member, you need to be held to a higher standard. You need to act like an adult. You need to let things slide, and you need to set an example for our children. And you are not doing any of that. You're quite frankly embarrassing our community, and you're angering the people here who you need to get you reelected. So with that said, let me actually get to why I've been sitting here for 7 hours. My first question is about remote learning. If I choose a remote learning option entirely for my child, she will be going into the 2nd grade, because that's my concern, not Facebook. If I choose an entirely online remote learning option, will she have the teacher that she would have had she attended in-person school and still be considered part of a class? Or will she just be on her own doing remote learning with somebody who will check in with her from time to time? That's my first question. My second question is if it's students who have been identified to need extra help, if it's students who are in RTI, if it's students who are pulled out for math, will those students receive any kind of one-on-one virtual instruction the way they would if they received a pull-out instruction? So that's my question for Dr. Alvick.
Okay, Dr. Alvick?
So the remote learning for grade 2, I don't have an answer to that question yet because we don't know how many people are going to be doing remote. Will she have the same teacher that she had in the fall? I don't know the answer to that because I don't know what teachers are going to be available to do the remote learning. So there may be changes to that. Students ID for extra help, yes, that is something we are absolutely looking at. Utilizing some of our interventionists to be able to touch base with any of our students who are in the response to intervention track for any of the special accommodations that are needed.
Okay, thank you. Elliot, we have another person?
We do, Mr. Board President. We're going to go back to Chrissy Skirby.
Okay.
Chrissy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we hear you well.
Okay, I had a few questions. The one was about Falcon Care. It was said during a committee meeting that it was going to be expanded. I wanted to know how, what that program is going to look like. Second, I had a question about the electives that are offered to the students at the high school. If the high school is not going to be in person at all, what is the effect of these electives, such as things like culinary arts, early childhood education, Falcon Pals, all of the clubs, the sports programs? Are kids not allowed to come to school, but yet they can get together after school to practice and play on games? You can answer all of that after I read my statement I would like to make. I would like to address the incident that happened earlier, about 5 hours ago, where you had allowed a breach of this meeting and had a participant that made derogatory and defamatory comments about me. Since this administration and this board has many times entertained rumors and false claims about members of the public, staff members, and board members, I would like it noted that I have never, and I am absolutely not currently suing the school district. I have been an advocate for over 12 years in the school district. I have been the president of various parent groups. I have given all of my time to volunteer for this school district, to raise money, to advocate for our students, and mostly to advocate for our teachers, which that's another elephant in the room tonight. Our teachers' contract. I'm seeing now posted that our teachers are again working without a contract. So I would like to know what the status of that is as well. Here we're asking them to adapt to all of this new normal that we want to keep calling it, and they don't even have a contract. You spend so much time fighting with each other. We've spent hours and hours listening to the bickering about Facebook. I encourage everybody to use the OPRA, Open Public Records Act. Go and Oprah emails from Andy Pelori to myself. The things that are said to members of the public behind the scenes is disgusting. This board needs to heal. This board needs to change is what needs to happen, because you are all spinning out of control and the only people that are being hurt are our children. The fact that 90% of this meeting was about fighting with each other is absolutely disgusting. It's unacceptable and it's an embarrassment to Monroe. Our children deserve better. I would like you to answer now the questions that I had posed about Falcon Care being expanded. I'd like to know where those children are going to be all day. Is lunch going to be served? Are they going to be going 5 days or only the days that they're going to be in school? And I'd like to know about the curriculum at the high school.
Dr. Alvick?
So we are in the process of exploring Falcon Care as an extension. That is nothing has been decided yet. We are looking at that possibility of being able to offer that to families, and specifically to offer it as an extension of the half day, or if it would be, if the student wasn't going to school that day, if it would be a full day. We're looking at those options right now. The electives at the high school, for now, they will all be online. Hopefully, as things begin to open up, we can start to offer more things and more in-person types of things, like the culinary or the students. Clubs and sports programs. Clubs will continue as they were in the spring, as much as we can with remote. And we are looking at how we are going to continue to run our sports programs once school starts in September. So I don't have any specific answers for you yet. These are all things that we're still working
on. I just want to make a fast comment. We did not allow anybody to come on to make irresponsible comments to about a resident that's coming to speak. It's late. I'm a little tired, as we all are, so forgive me. But I'll encourage our tech department to find out how this happened so that it does not reoccur. Okay, Elliot, we have the next person.
Yes, we do, Mr. Board President. We have Prakash Parab. Prakash?
Prakash?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Steve. First, one or two comments. First of all, I look forward for the Advocacy Education Committee. We know that the schools, we have to do a lot of things now. We need a federal funding for PPE and everything. So that is where we have to lobby. And also support a bill that all the states which are impacted to be funded, because it impacts the students, it impacts the schools, colleges, police, our teachers. So that is what I'm looking for, not getting some bill talking about get relief for state tax or something. Second thing is, I want to know, anyway, thank you, Dr. Alvich, and all of you all. That very nice presentation. You are taking such a good precautions you are put forward. But as a quality person, in the last, you have to check the systems are working. So I want to know, if you want, we can discuss it tomorrow. How many people are going to be tested for COVID positivity? The staff and students every week, so that we understand our quality, what you are putting in is working, okay? So if the number goes up, you can do the tracing. That is, I don't think the guidance is there. I don't know. You have to answer my question, whether you have guidance on that or not. If not, we have to work on it, talk to the governor's office and work on it. And that is first question. And the second question is, when you are having a virtual teaching to the students, I want to make the student is not chewing gum and not giving attention at all. How we know that The student is attentive and interacting what the teachers are teaching. Is it interactive or just put a, this is what you read and the, the student is playing games somewhere else, you don't know. Is going to be interactive or not? So answer my first question on testing and second on interactive, please.
The school will not be testing students and staff. That is not something that the school is being tasked to do, nor will we be able to do it, nor will we be able to require it to be done. Virtual teaching of students, we are looking, as Dr. Lehman had described earlier, we are looking to improve our virtual learning. We did learn from the spring, and there will be different things there. How do we make sure students are attentive and not chewing gum? That would be up to the teacher in front of the class, just as they would in a classroom setting.
Okay, one thing, Dr. Alvich, where I'm coming is, the student may not have a fever because this virus is so dangerous. The student or anyone, youngster, cannot have a symptoms of fever and all, but still they may be carrying, they may be infected and carrying and spreading the infection. That is where I'm coming about. The youngsters with non-symptoms. So we have to have some testing, all effort. I congratulate you. I heard every step what you're taking. So if that guidance is not there, you attend every week the superintendent's meeting. So talk to the education board. We need testing to be done. We need some testing, okay? Please, you understand what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying.
Thank you, Dr. Alvich. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Prakash. Elliot, we have anyone else?
We do, Mr. Board President. We have Tiffany. Tiffany, could you please state your name and address?
Hi, Tiffany Delval. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Tiffany Delval, 90 Hoffman Road. I just have a couple questions regarding the reopening. I do understand it's a very difficult task, and this is a really unforeseen time. So thank you for all the ideas for reopening. But my question is, you said that there was reference to purple and gold teams. So I'm assuming it's similar to like A days and B days for children. Why I'm asking this question is I have 3 children in this district, 3 different schools, middle school, Brookside, Barclay Brook. Will you consider siblings across the different schools to be on that purple or gold so that those dates coincide? That's my
yes,
first
absolutely.
question. Thank
Absolutely.
God. Good. Okay, because otherwise that's a disaster for me. And
Yes.
then my other question is there have been other school districts that also have that A and B day module that, similar, follow the alphabet, with A through M coming Monday and Tuesday, the rest of the alphabet coming, Thursday, Friday, Wednesday being the middle day, that's the school cleaning day. And this type of schedule allows for 2 in-person full days with 10 or 15 children in the class, permitting space. They have lunch in the classroom, and then the teachers or special teachers rotate around the children in that class. By separating the A and the B by that middle date being Wednesday as the cleaning day, there you can isolate the group, that if there is a problem through tracking, you can kind of simply isolate where it came from. And they also are allowing live instruction for all days following the school schedule. So also there's consistency where all of the kids are learning the same thing at the same time. So my question is, have you considered other plans similar to this? Why can't, we have an option for full day as well? I saw it was 4-hour days. But why can't we have the option for the full day for those 2 in-person days? And then my last question is, my last 2 questions are, what happens to kindergarten ECE? My children have went to Barclay Brook. So for example, the ECE, they were bused to then Mill Lake to have the full day. I already registered as it would be for a regular year.
I wanted my youngest to have the same benefit and get the full program. I paid for 5 days a week, but if kindergarten is now becoming just there in school, what happens with that? And then lastly, what happens to band chorus programs or locker usage at the middle school? Those are all my questions.
So yes, we did look at full days. We, as committees and as administration, there's no way that we felt that we could safely feed students within the classrooms with the allergies and that type of thing in the classrooms, and cleaning. So that's why we decided to do the half days. With regard to kindergarten and ECE, because one of the schedules, what we're looking at with the schedule, and again, it's not finalized, is kindergarten would actually be going the full 4 hours. So they would be going their regular half days and alternating AM and PM by weeks type of thing. Not finalized. So we probably will not have ECE, but we will have Falcon. We are looking to expand Falcon Care. And band and chorus is something we're still working on, because technically that band and chorus, because of the singing and certain instruments, they should not be doing that in the school or in a setting with other people. So it may continue to be virtual. And lockers, we will not be using lockers in the hallways or in locker rooms because of the social distancing issue with students. I think I got it all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else, Elliot?
Yes, Mr. Board President, we have Pradeep Malam. Pradeep.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So today, in couple of discussions, all the board members have spoken highly about standard of the character, standard of the ethics that we maintain. We need to be on a higher stand because we are officials, we are elected officials, and we should be role model to the people, kids around us and everything. And there are some comments about morality and legality. And within the 15 panelists in today's meeting, I see one corrupt BA who has agreed and settled his case with AG, Attorney General of State, and Department of Education Commissioner has given a reprimand, and how he is be on a panel with his track record. And that's the statement I want to make. And Mr. Brodsky, good luck on your AICPA investigation on your ethics violation as well. That's it from my end.
All right. Anyone else? Elliot?
Yes, Mr. Board President, we have Lara Getz. Lara, please state your name and address. Hello, Lara? Lara?
May we have
Looks like we're going to move to Lori M.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Lori McGee. I'm on Red Oak Court in Monroe. I will just say that I never actually attended the in-person meetings since March. I've been trying to join the virtual. Just a couple, I guess, observations I have first before I get into some of my questions. The fact that it's almost like 1 o'clock in the morning to me is ridiculous. I know for probably the amount of people that are still on the call, it's late, and I'm sure it's late for all of you, and everybody wants to go to bed. My question is I know that there's 4 minutes that I get to have my time to ask questions, but is there any way, people wait a long time to get to these 2 public forums. Is there any way to document what's being asked so that, even after those 4 minutes of people talking, these questions that, some are very important can be answered after the fact? The other point I want to make is, Dr. Alvich, I know you are, I know it's a lot of work, what's being done. I know that there's a lot of things still in discussion. I'm just wondering when the final decision is going to be made in terms of returning to school, because I know we're all taking surveys, but we're also taking them based on not a lot of information. So I think once you guys finalize what that, back to school is going to look like, I think that's where you're going to get more of an accurate understanding of who's going to want to be remote and who's going to want to send their kids to school, everything on the transportation. And then the other thing was, Paul, you had mentioned earlier in one of the meetings that you were investing, I think it's 1,800,000 on computers. I don't remember what else that was. I didn't hear you. You know, what does that include? What is that going towards? And are you going to be able to assist some of the kids coming in that are going to need computers for the virtual piece? And I think at the end of the day, I'm just going to say that, you know, since March, there's been so many things unpredictable. There are many things changing. And I think, you know, communication is key. I think that the more you communicate with the public, the less of probably what you're going to see on social media is. You know, I think the amount of time spent bickering was a lot. But I think if you guys can address those questions, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Dr. Alvin?
The final decision we have to have to the families a month before school opens. That's the requirement for the state. So we have to finalize our plan. We have to get it to the county for approval by the county before it's finalized. The problem is, and I hear what you're saying, that parents don't want to make a decision until it's finalized. It's hard for us to finalize a plan without knowing what parents are going to do with regard to the transportation and you know, or what parents are leaning toward. I shouldn't say what they're definitely going to do. So it's kind of going to be a very flexible plan even after that of what we're doing. With regards to going back to school in September, that's not my decision. That's a decision based on the state of New Jersey. They're the ones telling us that we have to have an in-person option for the fall. So that's what we're doing. I'm not exactly sure the question about the technology.
Paul, you're still on. You mentioned, yeah, you mentioned something about investing. It was 1,800,000 on computers. I don't remember what else that was.
Lease purchase. Yeah, there you go, Mike.
Oh, that's part of our budget for this year. So that's what we're purchasing. That's part of the technology budget. We purchase things like that every year. So it's probably a mix of things like iPads, Chromebooks, laptops.
Buses.
I'm sorry?
School buses.
School buses. So it's anything that can be lease purchased. We do that to help the budget. But it's all things that were approved during the budget process.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, Elliot?
Yes, Mr. Board President, we're going to go back to Lara Getz one more time.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Lara Getz, 5 Scott Drive. So I'm going to talk mainly about kids right now, since tonight's been a lot about a lot of other things. So the plan for middle school, I have twins that attend middle school. The plan for middle school is for them to go 2 days a week. If I choose the option of sending them to school, which is what I was planning on doing, they're going to go for 2 days a week, 4-hour sessions. So what does that day look like? Is it all subjects for 20 or 30 minutes? Is there any opportunity for some social interactions? Because my children need that. So that's one of my questions. What does the day look like? Are we teaching all the subjects? Are we doing electives? Are we doing the main 4 core subjects? That's one question. The next question, what's the grading looking like? Are we doing pass-fail again? My children had very high averages, but they received a P. And then again, children that are struggling mentally and emotionally. And are there plans in place for that? And then the last question, if someone chooses child to school or vice versa, keep them home as remote, can that be switched as needs arise? Those are my 4.
So yes, the students would have a full schedule. They would run through their schedule when they were there for 2 days a week, and then the afternoon they would be virtual with the entire class. So yeah, we are looking to do some sort of social interaction, obviously social distanced and all of those pieces together. So yes, they would work through their entire schedule. Grading is something that we are looking at right now with our teaching and learning committee. So my guess would be that it's not going to be pass-fail because we're improving our remote learning, but that's something that our committee is working on. The struggling socially and emotionally, that's something that we focus on all the time. So it's working with our child study team, it's working with specifically our child study team members and our guidance counselors, to identify students and the needs and what are some things that we can put into place with that. And switching as needs arise, I'm going to say no to that because there would be no way for us to plan if parents were switching basically week by week. So there has to be some sort of a commitment that it's going to stay one way for a while.
Okay, thank you. Elliot, anyone else?
We may have one more. Miss Deborah Palella. Deborah, are you there?
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Actually, good morning. I've been on hold for an hour and a half. I've joined earlier today at 5 o'clock, so I'm in the same boat as you guys, being a little done with this. Dr. Alvik, I know this is an impossible situation you're in. I could only hope you and our administration continue to put our children first. I know we're playing here a game with no real winner. Our governor keeps changing the rules. They're being changed. And of course, it's not serving our children or even our teachers any benefit. I do have a few questions, and the first is, what has been done by the administration to offer guidance or instruction to our teachers for online instruction? I wrote this about an hour and a half ago, so some of that's been answered, but I believe, Dr. Lehman, you said that you were already working with curriculum regarding the curriculum advisors through August. So when exactly will you be working with the teachers to prepare them for September? Our teachers did do their best that they could in the semester in the spring, provided, some sort of semblance of normalcy for our children. We were all thrown into this situation we were not expecting. But, we need to provide our kids with an education now that is honestly better than what my children received in the spring. There needs to be consistency among our departments and our grades in teams everywhere. In fact, we're talking about going online, and in over half my son's classes in the high school were not Zoom. They were not live. So I'm hoping for the fall it will be different. Can you say that it will be? Additionally, in the middle school, across the teams, they were not consistent and they were, again, not live. I'm hoping this will be changed in the fall as well, because the consistency is good for them. They were feeling overwhelmed without it. My next question for the K through 8 online learning that you mentioned. Well, now you can follow in day-to-day instructions. Okay, so I don't have to ask that anymore. For that day, the students, when they come home in a half-day version, I'm just not understanding that one part. If it's a full day and then a half day, if it's 2 on, 1 off, I just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly from a time standpoint, like how long they'll be in school. And additionally, the criteria for high school, the 700 kids, the 25% that was mentioned a few times, I'm just curious what the criteria is that those 700 students that will be in the school, stepping in foot in the building, what that criteria is to be in the building. I just want to also mention that for over an hour, we did not speak about our children once. We talked about and argued, and it was embarrassing. And I continue with what everyone else is saying about, please put our children first. I appreciate Dr. Levin and Dr. Alvik answering all these questions that we have. I can't imagine the difficulty to make all these decisions right now. And we as the public just want the answers, and honestly, move these fights offline. It would really be more appreciated by all of us here. Thank you so much. And that's it for now.
Thank you.
Dr. Lehman, do you want to take the beginning of that one?
Sure. That was specific to the teacher professional development.
And consistency among the classes.
Yes. Yeah. And that is one of the focus of the online piece. So I think consistency comes with defining the schedule, and then also defining the expectations of what virtual classes look like. And that'll be ongoing with our teaching and learning committee. We'll be working with our teachers, live instruction and that one-to-one personalized interaction between teacher and student, but also students and other students if you're in a 100% remote environment. That's an essential piece to making that remote instruction meaningful. And that leads us to the teacher PD. Our staff comes back on board early September, and that would be our first formal opportunity to get everybody training, and we will leverage the entire month of August getting ourselves prepared we're planning on everything from refresher trainings to the online tools we use to remote and distance and blended learning trainings. We have curricular changes, curricular tweaks. We'll kind of leave those in as well. Our first professional development day in October is, we planned it being virtual, and we were in going through the planning phases in the spring. And it's a technology themed piece, so we already have that in place. Teachers have chosen and developed either personalized projects or chose classes to participate in already technologically related. So we have, again, a lot of work to do, but the teachers are at the top of the list in terms of meeting their needs, making sure they're safe, make sure they have the adequate tools, resources, and training to make this successful for our students.
And then the question about the high school, the criteria for the high school, we identified our most neediest students to start. And that'll be the 25% in the building. So it's our special education population, our English language learner population, our students that we've identified for our freshman enrichment program, things like that. And then as we are able to open up more and add more opportunities, we will add more students.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else?
At this time, actually, no, there looks like that is it.
Okay, in that case, I'll announce our next scheduled Board of Education meeting will be August 6th. I need a motion, adjourn. I'll make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a?
Yes, please.
Yes, good. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed? None? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.